very depressed.
Oh my god. Such good friends.
I know, right?
Uh,
Oh,
Yeah.
right, the baby's head's gonna be hidden because fucking head.
for reference for the audience at home,
No,
this
don't
is
give them any context. They
Give them
don't deserve it.
context. They deserve it. Give them context. We're not that mean.
No!
I'm not that mean. You, on the other hand, are quite mean.
I'm very mean.
Sorry,
for
guys,
the
go ahead.
audience at home. The person drawing at the moment is Master Maple.
Oh, you're showing that? Oh, that makes me happy.
Of course,
Thank you.
you are welcome. You also asked me to show it.
I was joking. I thought you wouldn't actually do, but I'm very happy that you did. So thank
yeah,
you.
of course. But yeah. Now, unfortunately, there's a little watermark in the bottom right corner, but that's just because my computer's a bitch.
Do, 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 do.
But anyways,
Yeah, that's how I'd kill Indiana Jones.
can I tell you how I would fix the DC universe?
Please.
Go Batman.
It needs all the help.
Okay, so
Wait, before you start though, I would love a newsroom show about the daily. What's the super? Where does Superman work?
the uh Daily Bugle? No, Daily
Yeah,
Planet.
yeah,
The
Daily
Daily
Planet. I
Bugle.
just want like
Welcome
a
to the Daily
newsroom
Bugle,
show
guys.
about the Daily Planet where like it's hinted that Clark's is Superman, but like you don't outright say it.
No,
Continue.
but like with that, if I were to do that, like everybody in the office jokes that Clark is Superman because he's so weak and just so small. And like Clark every time is like, haha, guys, very funny, but I don't think
You just
Superman would
have
like that.
you have Jamie Olsen like talking about how Superman does not have a human dick, and you just see like Clark looking in horror in like the back.
First off, how do you know that? You have impersonal details on how you found that out?
It's just
Do
Jamie
you have
Olsen being
photographic
like,
evidence? I would like that
No, no,
photographic evidence.
no,
please.
better yet. They're having that conversation on screen, and you can like Clark thinks he's off screen, but he's like barely on screen, so everyone at home can see this.
but like I want the line so bad. Okay, Tom, if you think Superman has a human dick and live in a fucking fantasy world, be my guest. But that man's from a different solar system. There is no way he has a human dick. That's the only
I
line I
love it.
need.
I love it
What's that
so much.
one like actual theory that humans technically didn't come like we didn't evolve on this earth, we came from a different universe. So, we could be like Superman, except we are really deadly. We didn't evolve as good as they did.
Well, so anyways, how I would fix DC is number one, you're gonna start with Green Lantern because
Ooh.
they fucked up Green Lantern so bad. The only way to show that you're actually gonna make any progress is to start with him.
Oh, I fucked up.
Also, the stream is called Questioning Movies.
Excellent.
Hey, is this my eraser? Oh shit. I wonder it was erasing, that was the wrong layer.
But so the first thing you do is, do y'all know the powers of Green Lantern?
No.
Yeah, fancy ring.
I know he has a ring.
Gets to
Yeah.
turn green.
The
He's
ring
also
that
a
can,
cop.
Put in someone.
the ring can basically create anything, and it's green. That's the powers of the ring. That's it.
Mm.
However, I want to take that because imagine what would happen if a James Bond had it.
Chaos. I love it.
And so this movie is basically a super spy movie where Green Lantern is the super spy.
I don't think that's how you draw nails.
And so
Proper nails.
so that's the foundation of the movie. And Sinestro, his classic villain, is like a rival spy in the same party.
How
And
upset would Mitch be if I just didn't give him fingernails? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, but like I don't want to draw his fingernails. They're really hard.
I no comment.
Okay. I'm sorry, continue.
And so that's the whole concept for the movie. And I think that alone is enough of a change that you can bring on whatever director really works for the movie. But make sure they're a spy director, not a superhero director. That needs to be the priority. because Marvel's been doing that and it's been going really well.
Tony Stark was better than Captain America.
Next up, a cyborg solo movie. And hear me out. It is it's basically a modern version of the old westerns.
Continue. Wait, but
He's
isn't
kinda-
he like a high school kid?
Not in this one.
Okay.
No
Teen Titans.
Actually, he's it really depends on which version you read, and I don't feel like getting into the versions. No,
Okay.
no Teen Titans as you know them.
Young adult Titans.
Well, that fucks up Robin. Anyways,
Robin's fucked up anyways.
That's
fuck
accurate.
Batman. That was the worst decision they ever made.
Batman just sounds like he throw a fucking cheese grater and likes to sit on top of rooftops being angsty. That's it. That's his character arc. He looks angsty. That's it.
I have a solution to Batman as well.
But first, the cyborg.
But the cyborg. So it's basically an old western. He's kind of like in these old towns, just trying to stay away from people for the most part, because he's a cyborg. And the movie is about him and his friend just kind of avoiding the cops and this like government officials trying to get a hold of him. And so that's basically the whole movie. It's basically the plot of Terminator without the Terminator.
Sorry,
Well, there's a cyborg
thing, but I forgot babies had thumbs for like a hot minute.
Babies are not humans. They are nothing like humans. Everything you know about babies is untrue.
Last time I actually saw a baby was when I was still in high school, which was like a solid year ago. It's been a while, and I work with the public very often.
I feel that.
So, like, babies are just a whole thing for me that I don't understand.
That's fair.
Apparently, I can make them, but like, we'll pass. A thumb, right? That's more like a nud. No, that's
I'm
not.
not gonna get in the
a
middle
beef
of that
Wellington.
conversation.
That doesn't mean I can understand it.
That's more like a glorified wart. Hang on.
But that's the cyborg movie. And basically you start going through each of the like Martian Manhunter, all of them, one by one, and you change the story just a little bit. Now, let's talk about Batman and Superman, because that's going to be the ones that people are going to be talking about the most and wanting to see the most. They don't come in until much later.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
Wait, no, you go first, and then we'll see if
Well,
that answers.
I was purely going to say the biggest change with Batman and Superman is normally by the time the Justice League starts forming, they're like everyone knows them, everybody loves them. They're still going to be brand new to the whole vigilante stuff.
Ooh.
So, Batman's going to be newer or less new than Superman, but the whole thing is he's still on detective mode. He doesn't care about being a superhero. He wants to solve crimes and, put the perpetrators in prison. And everything about him radiates that. And I'm hesitant to say this, but if I could cast anybody, I would probably cast Robert Downey Jr. as Batman because he did such a good job as Sherlock Holmes.
I can't argue against it because I actually genuinely did like that Sherlock Holmes to the point where it actually might be better than the BBC version. Although I still really love the BBC version.
I'm not going to open that bag of worms. Just know that I have an opinion that is similar to yours. But since we're streaming, I'm not going to open that bag of worms.
I will.
This beautiful. God, I can't say that.
This does not rely on my career. I will say it. I am lukewarm about that fandom. I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
But the Sherlock Holmes fandom?
Yeah. They're a little intense for me.
Here's the thing. They get very intense. I say they, I'm part of it still, so I really should say we, but fuck that. They get very intense about being right about everything to the point where it's like, oh, y'all are like mini Sherlock Holmeses. Nice, but you're not as smart, so
no one thinks that. We think you're assholes.
Okay.
There's a difference between sounding smart and getting the answer right, and then just being an asshole about getting the answer right. There's a huge difference, and they don't understand that difference. A lot of them haven't figured that out yet. And you know what? I'm glad that you're having
triggered the Sherlock
You're figuring out like all these puzzles. That's fantastic. But you don't have to be a dick about it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Poet,
Panda,
you know
continue.
my opinions about the Sherlock, the BBC Sherlock.
I don't spill them.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, the issue with the BBC Sherlock is it comes down to whenever he's on screen doing things, he doesn't come off as smart. He comes off as an asshole. If you actually look into what he's saying, because like the very first scene that establishes his intelligence, and it does establish him as very smart and very like perceptive. Um, but like the where he's like analyzing John Watson as he walks in. A lot of that was really wild jumps, and the only thing that wasn't a wild jump and like super hyper focused, like things that he wouldn't have been able to notice as well. Um, but maybe he has a superpower of hyper attention. Okay, whatever. But it's and also the way he presented it was very rude. But I understand that's
I know.
part of his character,
The
and
one fact
You-
he said
yeah.
that like made sense was, I told this guy I was looking for a flatmate, and then he brings you.
also
that-
When he
also
did that, he was 100% trying to get them hooked up. That was a thing. We all
100%.
know.
yeah, I
He's like,
agree. But
He knew
the
he was sexually starved.
there was one other thing that made sense. So assuming that he noticed everything that he mentioned, which is incredibly unlikely, but I
No,
understand.
that's actually debatable. If he is quite mentally, I'm gonna say ill, mentally ill, intelligent and crazy intelligent. Yeah, but he doesn't get social cues. He has some definite fallbacks there. So we might not notice it because we're too focused on the actual social side of the situation, but he's seeing it because he's not looking at the social. He's just looking at reality as it is. I can
Okay.
definitely see what that argument is.
Yeah, I can definitely see him there being an argument, but like still, a few things were a little too specific, and it just kind of came off as
A dick.
uh,
He's a dick. That's kind
yeah,
of him.
wait, did
true.
either of you see that meme where it's like, whenever I have trouble plugging in my iPhone, I know Sherlock would think I'm an alcoholic? 'Cause of the
Yeah,
scratches.
because that was. Uh,
Oh
but
god, okay, so here's the thing. With that, I actually did I ended up asking my dad, like, hey dad, so you know some people who are alcoholics and were struggling. This is like a very specific thing. Like, can you elaborate? Was this a thing that like you as well noticed? Is like, well, I mean, when you're drunk, you just don't do things right. You're kind of just an idiot in general. So you know what? If you have that many scratches because you just can't plug your phone in, that's normal. That's fair. I could see that.
there's
I'm
there's
looking
just a
at
lot
my
of very
scratches.
convenient things. Also,
Unless you have like a tick.
but the way that it's presented isn't presented as "ooh, damn, he's smart." It presents as "ooh, damn, what the fuck." Um,
The point though, that's a really cool thing. That was the whole point.
but at the end of the like, take later on, he's watching a detective show, and he says, "They're not guilty. Look at the shoes." Sherlock is smart enough to know that the people making these shows don't care about that. But at the same time, he still points it out, and the people who are writing the show are trying to tell us he's super smart, smarter than the characters in the show. But what comes out of it is he's an asshole who doesn't give a shit about anyone else.
That's fair, but
Also,
consider this.
doesn't know how props work.
That's true. Just consider this like real fast though. So he did not have the greatest childhood growing up, correct? Like we all saw season 3. We saw how fucked his sister was. That was rough. Season 4, I don't know.
That
He didn't have a lot of friends growing up though. Like he had his brother, and his brother's an asshole. His brother probably actually did some real childhood trauma that he just is straight up ignoring and maybe solving with alcohol. Not a good thing, but we're not going to go into that right now. So his whole that comes back to the social thing though. Yes, and I know someone who is very much socially inept. I hope he doesn't. He never watches this, but he'll know I'm referring to him.
just don't say his name.
Jess. Yes,
Oh,
that's okay.
we shall refer to him. Yes. Yeah.
You know how his socially
Who's
inept
trying
thing
to
can
think?
sometimes just make him come off as an asshole, being very jerkish. But I don't know how to explain this well. I'm just not gonna explain it.
Jerks, they are
I lost my
jerks.
train of thought. I was drawing a mustache. I lost my train of thought. His mustache looks great. I must add, his mustache is fantastic. Look at this mustache. That is
Yeah, it is a glorious mustache. Well, if if you remember what you were gonna say, just say so. But
I won't. But thank
until you do,
you.
there's another important scene that I like when I walked away from the scene, I felt like he was smart. I felt like, oh, that's a very important scene. And that was the scene where they were like, oh, he doesn't know anything about space because to him space doesn't matter. And I was like, that makes sense. And then later in the same episode, he just happens to know a super specific fact about space.
I like to think he Googled it after. Because he felt
Yeah.
bad because people were teasing him.
Well, but like
Just
why
show him Googling it.
Keep in
why
mind,
in
John
that
makes
scene
fun of him for that. So he very well could have just been like, yeah, I probably should know this shit.
okay, but let's say he's all Watson said. So Sherlock said he knows nothing about space in its entirety. All Watson said was you should know your solar system. And then he knows a hyper specific fact about a star.
I wonder if Moriarty like chose that because he figured, oh, this will be fun. Like he'll probably recognize that. Like it's so
No.
unspecific. Like I'm actually wondering if it was specifically chosen.
No, it was specifically chosen. But remember, earlier in the episode, they discovered that they were being watched, so that made sense. But at the same time, um, there was no reason Sherlock should have known it. And what they were trying to do was Sherlock is that smart. But what it came off as is plot convenience.
Or Sherlock's being a dick.
With
Again.
that,
Like
with
the scene
that
where
fact,
he
it was a lot less of him being a dick and far more of him just happening to know everything that the plot needed him to.
just happened to be a bottomless pit around.
Right.
Wait.
But sorry, back to DC. That's what I would do with Batman, and then Superman turns into a teen drama about him trying to grow up and trying to like be a kid with and nobody's ever told him that he has these powers. He doesn't know. And
I
then
have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can he be like you know what always pisses me off? The fact that he gets like a good journalism job even though he never went for journalism. Can you please have him in college going for journalism? The people demand it.
Dumbass professors.
No. What I'm gonna do instead is his dad is gonna pull some strings. And so but like the whole thing is like him being this teen who's learning about journalism. He has no knowledge of journalism. He knows nothing. He thinks this is terrible.
He hates it.
He
Perfect career choice.
He doesn't even know that he has superpowers. And then they just start activating. And the way they first activate is like so halfway through the first movie, like the dad just goes downstairs at one point and he finds like the room with the freezer or something just frozen. He sneezed and he wasn't looking. So he froze the whole fucking room with his freeze sneeze.
What a
I don't
weird
know how
power.
to draw babies
could
drinking from a bottle.
I have a question. How could a freeze sneeze ever be useful in evolution?
It's not.
Hi, and you're watching I Can't Draw Babies.
I would give you suggestions, but I've never successfully drawn a baby.
Like I don't know
Have
how
you-
the lips do the thing when
Have
it's
you
around
drawn
the
multiple babies? That statements.
how does look, there should be like the bottle nozzle thing, the sucky thing. I don't know what they're called. They're just it's in his mouth. But I need to
better
draw
say squirrel milk on there, or else it's not
Probably
accurate.
draw him kissing, like as if he was kissing, and then just put the bottom. Perfect.
I mean, I like that. That works.
It's a choice. It is very choice.
I like it. I genuinely like it.
I put so much effort into the rest of this, and I just leave that. Like, there we go, guys.
It's a changeling. It changes. Its default face is probably very
How
blank.
did you guys not figure out it was a changeling? I gave you exactly 7 hints. In 2 sessions, you had 7 hints, and you never got it.
Because I couldn't hear
You
them.
know what? Fine, it's illegal now. If you notice it, now it's illegal.
To be honest, the reason I wasn't because I was trying to keep my distance from the baby. I wanted nothing to do with it.
Lila hates the baby.
Why does Lila hate? Given how my character is the one with like hardcore parent issues.
it's not that Lila hates the baby. Lila just doesn't want anything to do with the baby because she doesn't want that in her life.
And
She's not the
she's a
person Mary
strong,
she thinks
independent
she
woman.
is. According
she
to what's his face? The one who was like, "Oh my god, it's your baby." Oh, I
Oh my
love
God.
that. I forget
Officer
their name.
Payton, I wrote down her name.
You wrote down her name. I hated that voice so much. I was
Oh
saying,
my
I'm like, oh, wow,
God.
my brain dead.
Yes.
I lost
Um,
brain cells while saying this. Wow.
but listen, the changeling baby, I just wanted nothing to do with the baby.
They got
That
black
could be your
hair.
arc. Everyone, this is what everyone's arc thinks it's gonna be. It's gonna be, oh, Lila's gonna learn to love the baby. What the arc is actually gonna be is Lila drop kicks the baby.
Lila gives baby to the white lily. That's it. That's all, guys.
Just like
Well,
plot twist. She like when you all are like trying, or when we're trying to infiltrate the cult, she's just like, she goes up to one of the members, she's like, "Get me out of here!
You want a free baby? Here you go. It's a changeling.
Go, go,
Also,
go! Tell no
I
one."
love how I told my character's painful backstory to another character who wasn't even listening.
He was 10
Listen,
years old. What are you expecting from him?
I know, I just find it funny. I was like, my parents were in a cult, or were the leaders of a cult and sold my soul when I was younger. They are
Can I get the
dangerous
gray sword?
individuals. So I was like,
Please,
and they're
can I
like,
get the gray sword?
I'm playing with a mace.
I have a mace.
Woo! Best day.
I wonder if you're gonna tell the rest of the party.
Part of me does want two tieflings that look a lot like me to show up, and then everyone to figure it out.
Yeah.
Fair. But with Superman,
Character. No lie
Okay,
there.
yes, continue with the Superman.
big important thing, Lois Lane is no longer the love interest. Lois Lane is now the best friend.
Lois Lane leveled up. I'm popular with,
Like,
I don't like
is
Lois
Wonder
Lane.
Woman the love interest now? Because
No,
okay, side
he
note.
doesn't.
Why
He
did
doesn't.
DC make it? When Wonder Woman and Superman slept together, they literally like made a town collapse because they were just too powerful, and just them like shaking took down a whole city. Why was that
happened?
necessary? That happened because DC's
Oh my
like,
god.
we have sex and violence in our comic books, and then they had that, and people were like, what the fuck? You're telling me neither of them like had restraint? You're telling me Clark hasn't like been with a human woman where he's like, I shouldn't demolish this house?
Right, and remember, he grew up in a small town. Yeah, fucking words. Small farm. Like that shit's not strong. But like, by the way, the first movie's all in the small like farm town. The second movie is when he finally like for the first time ever moves into Metropolis for like education reasons.
For college.
Yeah.
It's
Except
just
I'm gonna make it like high school, and like that's when he starts getting interested in like yearbook and stuff, because his dad keeps forcing him to. Not because he
like,
wants to. He wants to go join track. His dad won't let him.
I do have a note though. Can you make Superman Jewish? Because you know what pisses me off? Superman was written by two Jewish authors, and the character was basically the story of them coming to America. So how come Superman's not Jewish and he's always like a Jesus?
All right. We will. I have a good solution. We'll get him to be played by Adam Sandler pretending to be a high schooler.
Just say that he's adopted, so he doesn't have to quote unquote look Jewish, and just say, oh, my mom was Jewish and my dad converted, because that's a thing that happens.
Right, but I think it's funnier if we have Adam Sandler, who's what, in his like 40s or 50s, pretending to be a high schooler.
Not only a high schooler, a high school Superman.
Yeah, who doesn't know he has powers. And that's like a big thing. He starts like noticing his body's doing weird things. And so
Is it puberty or Superman? I don't know.
like he keeps trying to. The only person who knows that he has weird shit going on is Lois Lane, his best friend.
And like
Um,
most parents don't even notice it. Like, yeah, baby
no,
was
no,
put in the
no,
castle. Legit.
no, they know, but they never told him, and they were basically just hoping that he would like just
Grow out of
not
it.
right. But they forget he's literally invincible. But like, so when eventually the Justice League begins to form, um, it's Batman who doesn't care about combat. He has yet to learn all of his combat skills. He's just a detective.
He's just a Snoopy guy.
Secret agent, a Green Lantern, who's probably going to be the one to bring them all together. Cowboy Cyborg, who's very not happy to be in the presence of the military.
What about Wonder Woman?
I honestly, I'm thinking about not changing
Wonder Woman was based off. Okay, so the guy who wrote Wonder Woman was very into bondage. That's why she has a last name. Like he was part of a polyamorous relationship. The guy was like a hardcore feminist and a bottom. Like he was topped by the two women in his life. So he was like, I want to portray women as strong. So so all of his illustrations have like some bondage reference. But yeah, I felt like that was an important detail to include.
Okay.
In this conversation for the people, for the fans.
Yeah, for the fans.
The fans.
But basically, I'm hesitant to change Wonder Woman because, like, so my issue is I'm not the best person to write a Wonder Woman movie, and I don't think I'm the right person to develop ideas for a Wonder Woman movie.
I mean, I like the cartoons where she eats ice cream and then looks at the guy who like gave it to her. She's like, "I will protect you if anything happens." Basically swears allegiance to this guy because he gave her ice cream and she loves it. And she's like, "You made this? If anything fucking happens to you, I'm gonna kill them."
Alternate idea, like, it's been a long time since World War I and World War II and all of that happened, and she was a part of all of that. But now there's no world wars going on, so instead, the movie becomes a very different movie. And what should the very different movie be? What kind of genre should it be? Definitely something underrated. It's a musical.
Okay, unpopular opinion. I don't like Hamilton. I really don't. I'm sorry. The music, I love the music, but the story is just okay. It's a story. I don't care.
Okay, you do you. I mean, I loved it, but I'm also a sucker for musicals.
That's fair.
But hear me. So, what do you think? And there's no villain at the end of the movie. Like Wonder Woman. No, better idea. Wonder Woman is teaching at a school. She teaches history, and it's a high school musical.
Yay?
Say again?
Yay?
I don't know.
I don't know how to response. Pardon me,
threw
actually by accident. I didn't mean to. I'm very sorry.
I was throwing out an idea. I was hoping to get at least some joke or some laughs out of it, but
I think Jess couldn't hear us anymore, so that might be a contributing factor.
Okay. Well, anyways,
please know that when I'm also drawing, I don't listen that well.
I understand. Jess is just like, no musicals in my life.
Loves Kate. Was it not teen? It was High School something. Mean Girls. That's where it is. High School Mean Girls. Jess loves High School Mean Girls. I loved it too. Of course, I love her excitement.
Welcome back.
She's back. Hello. That's how eyeballs work, right? That's how eyeballs are.
Apparently, my comment about High School Musical broke your computer.
That's how eyeballs work, right? Please, someone confirm, please.
I
I
mean,
need
you
to know.
have too. Look,
I don't have baby eyeballs though. That's a different
look
thing.
at baby pictures.
Babies are weird. I don't understand. Like, where does their mouth go?
Where your mouth is. The
There you
mouth
go.
doesn't move on the face.
Where's the mouth?
That's a terrible mouth.
I think it's more like there's a mouth
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Just make
Even
it
though
doing the kissy face towards it, because that's how babies suck.
sucking works.
Yeah.
I do. If that container doesn't say squirrel milk, this is inaccurate. This goes around the thumb.
It's magic. Leave me alone.
I love it. Keep it.
I need something that like shows like, oh, I'm being fed. I'm excited. I've never done a baby expression before, so this is very difficult. Like, where are the face crinkles? Do you have face crinkles? You're a very breakable piece of flesh, and I'm very scared of you.
We need to put that in the great quotes chat. Um,
What did I just say? Hang on. I could put it there. Hang on. The babies are breakable flesh, and I'm very scared of them.
no. Okay, you breakable piece of flesh. I'm very scared of you.
That one
Oh my
part.
god, Google, what the fuck? Why
He
did
said
you
that one
quote me
part.
on
I'm
that?
sick of you.
So that's what you do with the Justice League?
Yeah, but also the Justice League is them coming together, and like the personalities don't work. I think that's very important.
Are you implying they work now?
No, but they work even worse.
Damn.
Also, can I read an Instagram message I just got?
Yee.
So a person sent me, and it's a friend of mine.
Ah.
Can you send me an audio clip in your most villainy voice saying, "You've collected 6 of the souls: red from the legendary soldier, yellow from the leader of the forest, green from the queen of glass, orange from a fiery gargoyle, purple from the king of monsters, and blue from your best friend. I think you know what you have to do to get the final soul."
I love
And
how
if
you say
possible,
purple.
can you try to keep it anywhere between 10 to 12 seconds long? You don't have to if you don't want to. And I'm like, yeah, when you need to buy. And he's like, tonight if possible. I'm like, okay, let's see what I can do, mate.
Just take the recording you just did and send it to
Okay,
um,
side note, I showed my dad that Donald Trump thing.
oh my god.
Yeah, I showed him that. He's like, I want them on my radio show. For reference, he runs an online radio show. It's called Squirrel FM. Shameless plug, kind of. Anyway,
Link
if
in the
he heard it.
description.
Can you please read some things for me? I'm sorry, you said he doesn't know.
um
So yeah,
like if that's a genuine offer, I am 1 billion% down.
Only 1
Um,
billion? God,
lis-
put your heart into it.
listen,
help
I was
but
thinking
like
about maybe like
every
a trillion, but then you gotta save some percents for when the zombies take over.
I mean, who's to say they haven't already and we are the zombies?
oh,
Actually,
Jess,
there's
I found that zombie plan,
Name
but the one I
name the
made.
last time you felt alive. That's all I'm gonna
um
say.
uh I guess I've been a zombie my whole life.
Exactly. We are the zombies.
Oh no. Oh no. I hate babies so much. I'm sorry. What is this hair? What is
But
it?
yeah, I don't mind sending y'all meme stuff if you want. I absolutely love doing memes. So like if you want me to do a stupid, like I don't care if you're like do Donald Trump's build a wall, but like in a completely different accent. It's like, build the wall. It would be fantastic.
This doesn't.
Mabel, check your Snapchat.
Oh, I need to
I
fix this
sent you a
eyeball.
picture of a very ugly baby. You can use it as reference.
Thank you. You know this is your child. Like you technically stole it, and now you have to raise it.
Listen, I didn't steal a baby.
You stole a baby.
I didn't. They did. It just kept getting put in my arms.
Your baby.
What?
It's your baby now.
Why is it my baby now? I don't
So I
understand.
said it's your baby. If DM says it, this happens.
Okay, so I'm not going to question you, but Lila will.
Stole the baby. Now it's your responsibility. Have fun.
Oh my god. Um, but yeah, that's my comments about the DC universe. I actually have a detailed written plan somewhere. I don't know where it is offhand, but like I genuinely think I can fix DC's issues. Like
Why does this look so bad? What the
it
fuck?
doesn't look bad. It just looks a
I just
little
also
too
it
it looks a
doesn't
little
look.
Didn't
older
you?
than what you'd
Check your
expect.
Snapchat.
His eyeballs
No.
to be bigger. If I make his pupils bigger, will that be childish? Hang on.
If
Oh,
you make
no.
if you make the whole eye bigger, yes.
Great, I can just make the eyeball bigger. Shit, you right.
Also bring it either up or down a little bit. It will make it look more childish. I forget which.
No, its head's weird. Like its eyeballs are like at least a quarter of its head, but like I don't understand.
It's a
I dropped
changeling.
That,
physics.
that's the explanation. Yep.
Look, here's the worst part. I just did this, and now I'm thinking of Caillou. This tiny ass
I looked away for 1 second.
fucking Caillou, I tell you. Caillou was a brat, and he didn't deserve to live.
Wow, that's a harsh statement to make against a child.
If he had cancer, I'm okay with that.
Damn, why?
What are we talking about?
Here's the thing,
Remember
as
that
someone who is just
stupid
a terrible
like-
child, I take offense.
Here's the thing: you weren't a terrible child, and you also didn't have siblings to literally torture. So you know, you're fine in my book.
Here's the thing, I once had a temper tantrum so, like, because I was a terrible baby. So I once had, like, a breakdown in Home Depot so badly when my dad took me out, employees followed him because they thought he was kidnapping me. So you
mean,
can
I
trust
think
your
so-
kids at Home Depot.
I tried to
Even though
steal
it turns
Snake.
out that, even though, did you guys hear that Home Depot CEO is actually like a huge Trump supporter?
Yeah, support Lowe's. Don't go to Home Depot.
See, I just steal the paint cars from Home Depot. So
Okay, as long as you're not giving them any financial support. Oh, and guess what? You'll be proud of me because yesterday we went into some store that has paint cards and I took like 10.
you took some?
I took 10.
Can you show me a picture?
I only have 2 nearby, but they're kind of doubles.
I don't
Okay.
care.
Chin in a bit. Maybe that'll help.
Let me
Like
make
the
sure I
chin
don't get.
might be too long.
Let me make
Send
sure I
it
don't
to
get
me
my
in the chat.
terrible. I'm not gonna send you my terrible hand because it looks frankly terrible.
Your hands
What's
are
wrong with your
wonderful.
hand?
Oh, just some skin issues. Um,
Oh, oh, how terrible.
I would say
yeah,
use aloe vera, but I have no idea if it works because I'm allergic to it. So don't ask me.
I would go into the details, but neither you nor chat wants to hear it.
Yes,
I
we
mean,
do.
I actually do. So go off.
Okay, well,
I won't
basically,
lie. Oh, you go first.
it basically like on my skin, it kind of looks like warts a little bit, but wart removers don't work. And the doctors test it, and basically, it's a form of dermatitis. It's not a big deal or anything. It's just annoying. And like,
That's fair.
there's a cream that works, but it also smells horrid. And you have to put it on like every day for months on end, to get it to work. And like, I can't. I have certain smells that just drive me fucking up the wall, and that's one of
Okay, I made its head smaller. Does that look better?
them. Yeah, I think
I'll
so.
fix its hair, I promise. But
And the neck, please, so that blood doesn't just gush out.
Right.
Because if I'm gonna kill it, I want to kill it the proper way.
Or
I have a
that is
question.
too long of a neck.
I have a question. Why did you fold the paint cards?
Oh no, that was the only place I could put them because I was carrying stuff. So I had to put them in my pocket and they just folded.
I want you to know this hurts me. I know you had no.
I want you to know that I had no ability to do it otherwise.
I don't care. Bold of you to assume I am accommodating of your situation.
Bold of you to assume that I am. Yep, that's right. That's all the statement.
Okay. What are the names though? The people on the chat want to know. Also, I can't see. Is that just Fusion? I see Fusion. I'm really trying to zoom, but it's blurry. What are the names? This is important to me.
Amanda.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. I didn't know what. I was just like, I don't know.
Look at this. An animation.
Fusion, Berry Punch, Mystic Petals, and Candied Heart.
Want to see my animation? Look at this.
I love it.
They're nice. Honestly, if all I want to do is just like travel the world and go to like different hardware stores and get paint cards in different languages.
Let's do it. Chat, you need to like blow this this stream up and like let's get a lot of people on here. Like can we get my stream to 100 followers today?
Smash that like button and hit
Smash that like button and just
How many are there now? I'm not paying attention. How many people are even on? When you're
everyone.
done dying.
All your worst enemies are on here. What would you like to say to them?
I'm coming for your bones, bitches.
Why the bones?
Because good bones are marinated in malice first. You should know this. You follow my Tumblr.
But yeah.
I'm glad you didn't ask me that question because I was not going to give you the proper response.
But yeah. I love paint cards. I love how they're free and colorful and how I have. Oh, wait, let me do quick math in my head. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10. 13. So I have 217 paint cards, which I think is too much, but I'm not going to stop.
How long have I been drawing this godforsaken baby? I want to say too long. Doesn't look much better. I'm not happy with it still. Probably because it's
I'm
still
telling
missing.
you, check
yeah,
your
fine.
Snapchat and you'll get
What the fuck is
the solution to your problem. Just check your Snapchat.
It also it's works. I'm not wearing my glasses right now, so I'm actually guessing on how I'm doing.
Put your glasses on.
Upstairs, I don't want to get them.
What? How privileged are you that you can just not wear your glasses?
I'm not that privileged. It's giving me a headache. I
Oh.
just don't want to go upstairs. It's hot.
I probably should not butt into this conversation because in theory I'm also supposed to be wearing glasses and I just don't.
Don't have AC
Jesus
and
Christ.
it's hot up there.
But to be fair, I can see without them. It's just a little bit of a struggle at a distance.
You're nearsighted?
I don't know what the fuck the terms mean.
Can you see close but not far? Can you see near or can you see far?
I'm gonna let you continue with the beginning of your rap song.
My rap song is currently unavailable. Check it out on Spotify though.
It's called Unavailable?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I was so I found out that a band I really like dropped a new single, and I was so happy.
Oh, I'm making such a cursed baby, and I really hope Michael likes this because he stole it, so it's his responsibility.
Yeah, why does it keep getting to be mine?
Because you're Lila. and Lila gets to deal with that shit, not me.
Why does she get to deal with it? Why not?
She's
She knows what she did.
No, she doesn't.
Well, she should.
Literally, I have
like patriotic. Maybe that's my issue.
every other person in the party wants to take care of this baby except for Lila, and it keeps getting thrown in her arms.
Mostly because you're the one who actually doesn't say no. Like that's an actual reason why I think.
Okay, well, Lila doesn't say no because
That was too nice.
she has a lot of trouble saying no to people, uh, and I have to agree, she is too nice for her own good.
That looked
Didn't
excited.
me and your character almost kill each other?
Yes, but that was also a very specific situation because, oh, hi, White Thunderball, how you doing? Somebody joined chat for reference.
Wow.
Oh,
Howdy
somebody
there.
I don't know if are they the only person here? I don't know. I have no scale of reference here.
I don't.
That sounds mean, I know, but I'm actually curious. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
genuinely, I don't know how many people are. I know how many people it says are watching right now, but I don't know how many people are actually watching
Did it copy and paste his eyebrow? Oh no. That looks
I thought you were doing that to make it look thicker.
I'm doing the White Thunderball.
No,
says,
I need to
I'm
do
doing all right,
this.
just a bit tired. How about you? How are y'all doing? Because I am existing, and that's where I'm at in life.
This is a
That's
brow.
kind of the bare minimum, but okay.
Listen. Most people don't call me out, so it's fine.
Is this a vibe?
Most
This is not a
people-
vibe.
I'm not like most people. I call everyone out constantly.
Yeah, you can call me out for being depressed and stuff. That doesn't mean that it's gonna change my reaction. So how are you doing?
Meh.
That was a hell of an answer, Maple.
What?
I think that tells us a lot more than you probably intended to tell.
I stretched. I couldn't breathe for 1 second because I inhaled wrong.
You inhaled wrong. One moment, I gotta write that one down.
Yeah, put that one in the great quotes chat as well. White Thunder, that's how we're doing. We're chatting about movies and issues with
I
movies
hate
and
babies. Why are you
also
so ugly
everything
and
else.
breakable? You're ugly and breakable, and you're still my child because I have to draw you, you fucking bastard.
If you hate babies, why did you give us a baby?
I thought the baby would die.
Why do you think the baby would die? You gave it to Pecan.
None of you were supposed to make it into that store. None of you were supposed to progress that far that fast, and then you did, so I had to roll with it.
I will
And
take
now you're
responsibility for that because I
emotionally
told
attached to
people to
me.
like split up so we could cover more ground faster.
I would also like to mention, I was like, oh guys, I'll go into the inn with the most people. And all of you practically at the same moment said no.
You needed to watch your children.
Okay, but
And
to be fair, if you had gone in, you wouldn't have made it out alive. If I don't expect any of you to make it to that end, I never prepared for that. I also didn't want any of you to make it out of there if you got to the end.
no, that's fine, but that doesn't mean Lila feels any less at fault for the death of all those people.
Does this baby look happy? Does this spark joy? Is this baby sparking joy? I don't think it is.
By the way, White Thunder, what you up to?
This baby does not spark joy in my heart.
Okay, an idea that might help, give it demonic horns.
Yeah, make it look like Ember.
That's
Okay,
not
one
what I
second.
was thinking, but okay.
It works.
Like
Yeah,
Hellboy? I can do like the Hellboy ones.
who cut his fucking horns off?
Oh,
wait a
wait,
second.
hang
Oh, he's a fucking unicorn now. What the fuck? He put a tube in his head.
Well, technically, if he was going for like tiefling, he would have like
Wait.
little nubs, right?
So if
Little
someone
noobs.
were to cut off a changeling tiefling's horns, and then they were to change into another form, would their head be cut open, or would
So you're just changing form, so you can just look however the hell you want, technically.
yeah? But if someone were to scratch your face, tiefling form, and then you were to go into human form, you'd still have a scratched face. So
I'm
how
gonna
is it?
assume none of you actually have cut this baby's hair or even cleaned it. By the way, none of you have actually cleaned this baby. He
We-
was in a burning building.
It is
We-
not
none
my
of-
baby.
We've had a
It's the
stressful
tiny
time in
baby.
the campaign. I gave a 10-year-old a mace. I think
You also let a 10-year-old drink Fireball, so that you're not a great parent, by the way.
giving
Listen.
my character's parents basis, she's doing a lot better than hers.
Lila did not go out adventuring to pick up children. At this rate, somebody's
Yeah,
gonna
you
get.
picking children.
That's never my fault. Also, I'd like to mention that
He needs clothes.
that's
Shit.
not my responsibility. Also, he
No,
has a
that's the
onesie.
thing.
Yeah, I thought he
I
had a
just-
onesie on.
It looks like a onesie because it didn't want to draw the feet.
Just make it a onesie then.
The only reason I'll ever give it a onesie is because I don't want to draw baby feet. They're too small and
That's fine.
fragile. Kind of like
And give it
baby.
shoes.
Give it little boots.
Wait, hang on. I can hold up. Now that you
Give it
mentioned it,
stilettos.
there you
Oh,
go.
no. No, that doesn't even work for heels.
Oh, right. Right, that's a witch boot. Not okay. Hang on.
No, it's just the heel just shot down.
Oh
That's
god. Okay, trying to work with like what I have here. It's not going too hot. So you know what? Give me a minute.
that's,
go, that's a
that's
heel.
a bit better.
Yeah.
Now for the hooker
Are we
shoes.
assuming Pecan put heels on a boot, heels on a baby? That seems not
Okay, there
terribly
we go.
inappropriate.
Here are some real heels.
Zoom out for the like. Wow, really extends it.
I've spent so very long on this godforsaken baby that I genuinely hope Michael loves this thing. Because I have many character portraits that I have actually planned out. Like I have the whole practice sketch. Where is it? Like I have this like whole thing for everyone else. Procrastinate on this piece for 2 weeks and then I have to finish it because I'm guilty.
I'm so curious. Is there going to be a drawing of Lila, and B, what is the drawing of Lila going to be?
A,
Her
yes, there
holding
is a
the
drawing of
child.
Lila. B, or actually A and a half. I'm still trying to figure out how I want Lila to look.
I can send you the drawing I've done.
Give me like no, yes, send me the drawing, but I also need like actual details. Like, does she have tattoos?
Okay.
What color are her eyes? Like, what's her facial structure? Is she like a little cute anime girl, or is she the bruh girl?
No, don't worry. She does have bones.
What?
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, what?
Questioning that.
So the way anime girls look a lot of the time looks like they don't have bones, and they just kind of exist, and the only bones they have are teeth.
By the way, this is like my own personal anger, but if you ever find like a hentai meme, why are they all
Send it
children?
to.
I'm
Because
actually concerned. Why are they all children?
I haven't encountered enough. Oh, I
These
didn't
are
have time
sexualized
to
children. They
weigh
are
in
literal
on this.
okay,
Eric,
so
kids, don't. I will fight you.
the thing that fucking creeps me the fuck out is why would anyone who makes like any kind of content specifically to be sexual include a single child unless the child were the spawn of two of the characters?
Unless it was a love child, I'm
Which
not
is-
interested.
Which is the spawn of two of the characters.
No, I mean like unless like the child was legitimately like, oh, this one's supposed to happen, we're gonna love you anyway. That's it. That's the
Right.
only that's the only context we'll ever want for any of that.
Right.
Anything
and,
else, burn the whole die.
and like I recognize that in a lot of these shows, like the anime characters, the kids are cute, but not in the sexual way.
Why do
Like,
they always wear like the booty shorts? They're like 9. Let them have their fuzzy slippers, please. Let them wear like the halo stuff. Not the makeup, the actual like glittery monstrosities that they love,
You
apparently.
good? Because I have a feeling that there's a lot more where that came from.
Look, I am just very upset by it.
Did someone not let you wear your Halo fuzzy slippers?
I was bullied. It wasn't fun.
You and I were bullied for completely different reasons. I want you to know that.
I was
I-
bullied because my mother was an English teacher. That's it. My mom was was a teacher in that school, and because they can't take their anger out on the teacher, they can take it out on me. And that's my childhood.
Mine was
Could have
because
therapy for this.
I was a little bit smarter than the other kids. But like, do y'all have the gifted program in Canada?
Yes, you know, we have a
In, like-
reading program. My school, we had a reading program, so like, it would see like what level you're reading at, like what grade,
Oh no
like
no
grades
no!
1 through 12.
We had
yada
in
yada.
like elementary school, they separate the smart kids from the dumb kids. I was with the
Yeah.
dumb kids for like 3 years, and then I escaped, and then I became a average intelligence kid.
Okay, so in the United States, or at least in the area I grew up in, there's this thing called gifted, and it was where they would put all the super smart kids. And the idea was if they're in they're already ahead of the other students, so we'll put them in their own area so that they can learn things more advanced. And a fun fact about the gifted program, you can't get kicked out of the gifted program. Once
Even
you're
if
in,
you become dumb.
right. Once you're
That's
in,
not good.
you're in forever, which is stupid. But um, the only requirement to get in was you had to do an IQ test, which is also stupid. And I remind you, they're giving IQ tests to first graders.
Well, it's meant for children, but like
It's-
after a certain level, it's no longer valid.
It's no longer valid for children either. It doesn't work. And so the my guidance counselor got a because my brother is not quite as smart as me. He's smart. He's super smart, just not about school.
Just different form of intelligence.
Exactly. And as a result, and like he did some things and she got upset about them, and then the kindergarten teacher responded with, "No, that's normal for a kindergartner." And then she got upset because she was wrong. So she responded with basically going directly against my family and trying any way to get back at us. So she decided to try to get back at me for being in gifted program. You can't get kicked out of the gifted program, but she found a cheeky way where she dug up the entire program in the school just to kick me out.
That's some grade A pettiness. Jesus.
She changed the system, and basically she told no one what the new requirements were to get in, and she had all of us take the test. And apparently I got a so this is second grade me got a test. Oh my god, beautiful. Got a
Abstract.
test of like 2 or 3 grades higher than what I was supposed to be taking. So I got like the 4th or 5th grade test,
Mm.
which is illegal. I don't care enough to take legal action, but like that's annoying as
You
hell.
were a child at the time.
Yes, I was a child. Like I had done nothing
wee
to this
one.
lady. She just had a grudge against me.
No, good
And
reason, yeah.
apparently, even on the 4th or 5th grade scale, I was 1 point away from getting in with her new system, which is oddly
Ooh.
convenient. And also, I was the only student not to get back in, despite other students making lower grades than me. They had special
Mm.
permissions or some shit.
I
didn't-
don't like that.
I didn't realize how sketchy that was until years later when she happened to become the guidance counselor at my high school.
Mm.
And she no longer had a grudge, and she acted like we were the best of friends. And I thought about it, and I was like, wait a fucking second. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. And So, fun fact, my guidance counselor basically kicked me out of a program that you can't get kicked out of. And as a result, I lost a lot of potential scholarships way down the line because she was petty.
That bitch.
Um, trust me, she costed me way more than a few scholarships, but she cost me one or two for not being in the gifted program.
I'll be right
Oh
back.
my.
I need to towel because I have a bad headache. It's not fun. So enjoy this unfinished picture. I'll be right back.
You need drugs?
I need
She's
drugs.
gonna go take drugs.
I'll get you some cocaine.
Oh, I hate that. I am so sorry that happened. And here I was complaining that I was 4% off from the honor roll because of a clinical error, but I still got the money, so I didn't complain.
Wait, what?
So my school had, it's like a, what's it called? It's like a thing. I think all of Canada has Rutherford, the Rutherford scholarship. So if you keep your grades at a certain point, they make like a little scholarship for you. So as you go in the grades, more money is put into it, depending on your grades. So one year there was a clinical error, and we told them about it, and they said, okay, sure. But it made me 4%. Like it said my mark was 4% lower than it actually was, but I still got the money for it. So I was like, whatever. So then come
Well,
honor,
that's annoying as hell.
and then so I forget about it, and then come grad, and I didn't make it on the honor roll, and I was like, I'm the kind of person who bases her self-worth off of grades, so like I
feel
was
that.
very hurt. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm just a moron, even though I got on the president's list twice at my college, so screw off. But and
Hell
then
yeah.
I realized it's because of that clinical error, and I was 4% off. But here's the thing: the girl who was dating the vice principal's son was 5% away from being valedictorian, and the guy who was 5% ahead of her was 5% ahead. So what do you think they did for the vice principal's son's girlfriend? They boosted her up 5%, but they refused to boost me up 4%. It's not as bad as yours, because like I said, I got the money, but still.
Prejudice is a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, like fucking people always having like they literally put children's futures in jeopardy just because they're salty. Like like fuck you. Why do you care? Like I'm I'm like in second grade. You don't like she had a
You're
grudge
like a
against my
grown
brother.
adult.
Well,
That's
like
the thing, though. These
yeah,
are adults.
but I remind you, she started this grudge against my family when my brother was in kindergarten.
Ooh.
He
Ooh, I
was in
hate that one.
kindergarten. Why the fuck would you get a grudge against a kindergartner?
Like, I get if you think, oh, this little kid's a jerk, but like, kids are jerks.
Well,
We all start as little jerks.
basically what he did when he
I'm
was a
back.
baby was he drew dicks on everything because he had a dick. So he was like,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
draw dicks
he
on
was in the
everything.
phallic stage.
And apparently that's normal for kindergartners.
Yeah,
And
because you're in the phallic stage.
she tried to get him like suspended for it.
Jesus Christ.
And the teacher
Suspended?
was like, no, this is completely normal. We just have to train them not to draw dicks on everything. He's in kindergarten. And
He's in the phallic stage.
my brother is 2 years older than me. So
Which
he
means
was
she
in
held it for 2
he
years.
was in 4th grade and I was in 2nd grade when this happened. She was that salty against a kindergartner.
You guys
To
are
hold
shoes.
something like that for 4 years is powerful.
And like why the fuck do you care? Like
I turned the rest of my screen down because this is not a fun headache, not gonna lie.
I'm
But
sorry.
I can't tell it's because there's a storm coming in or because I haven't drank enough water because I'm really bad for drinking water. I've had like maybe a cup of water at most.
What did I
Wha-
write in that little book in yours? What's like the
Hydrate,
first thing?
hydrate. I know. I just drank a glass of water.
Drink
kind of.
more.
I'm not thirsty.
Water?
That's
Who is she?
I don't care what you are. You drink it.
I already drank stuff. I just need this Advil to kick in.
Do you use extra strength?
I don't know. It's acetaminophen. I thought that sounds like a head drug. I'll take it.
Hmm. How come Pecan doesn't have an earring? I know an earring has never been specified, but I've always imagined him with like a little stud earring.
The only character other than mine I've ever imagined was Ember, but I never realized that she was a tiefling. So it was always like, oh, I think she's probably like elvish. Like, that seems like a normal thing to assume. No, she's a tiefling, which should have made sense with her immunity to fire.
I just stand there on fire. This is fine. You. Wow, what a cool elf.
Me actually has ability to like make fire go away. I'm the fire marshal.
I'm more of a task. Here's the thing: the whole joke came from like, if a tiefling was a life cleric, isn't that just a firefighter?
Yeah, but at the same time, if you want to go for the fire marshal bit, you need to actually be a fire marshal because I remind you, Nolly and Lila both have abilities to turn off fire, and you don't.
I actually came up with. I was thinking about it, and I came up with reasonings why I don't. I was in the military, and then was transferred to the fire department. My
That's
career,
not how government works.
I was like, I need a good job, and then
That's
I was
not
like,
how firefighters work.
I was like,
Firefighters are volunteers.
no, you can be a paid firefighter.
True, but like most of the firefighters are volunteers, or at least they used to be.
My cousin is a firefighter. He's actually really good.
Yeah.
Nice. I am incapable of boxing fire.
He hasn't died yet. I think that's pretty good.
Are you gonna give Pecan nail polish?
I don't like this hand. I don't like it. I know it looks decent, but something about it I just don't like.
I still think you should put a stud on the ear, just like a little earring. He seems like the kind of guy who would have an earring in it.
I would like to say I do not think Lila has any earrings. Um, just because
She.
like that seems a little bit extra, and she tends to try not to
Ooh,
be a
damn.
bit extra.
I like the direction you took. Please don't erase that.
Debating on a few things right now.
I
Um,
like it. He is a bard after all.
yeah, that's fair.
He just
Uh,
looks like a hipster. I hate to say it.
I
Who
don't
made
have
a
enough
hipster?
brain.
Oh,
Nope.
for some reason I bumped my mouse, so we'll just give that a minute so it'll go away. Um, uh, I, in hindsight, I understand why I have so much trauma, but like
Is your character or you?
me in real life, um,
Aw.
but I don't know how to unpack all that shit. But I'll go
It's
to
a
a
job
therapist eventually. The therapist will help me for a few months, and then I'll run out of money again. So
God, being
there's
American must suck.
online therapy is called BetterHelp. It's like $7 a month or something. It's really good.
is it for Canadians though?
It's for Americans actually. It costs me more than $7 a month because Canadian to American is just
Oh.
that funny.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know.
But no, like legit, they're good. They help my anxiety a lot.
But
I am cheap, so I just don't.
I'm fine for now. It'll get worse in a few weeks, but for now I'm stable enough to be able to do my classes and not have a mental breakdown each day. So
I only had like one mental breakdown this week, and I'm pretty proud of it.
Hey, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
What's
mean, it
your
was like
secret?
2 hours of crying and sad fairy tale music.
I store everything up, so by the time that I cry, it is me having a mental breakdown.
No, I think I had one yesterday, but I'm not actually sure. It's gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't actually know anymore.
If you feel that it might have been a mental breakdown, it was a mental breakdown. You know, just go with
Hmm. I'm like, am I having a breakdown or is this just a regular Tuesday?
it.
I'm on the verge of tears. But like, is this a nuisance?
The cat has arrived. She's glaring at me.
Thank God.
Hey, rat cat. How you doing, little missy? You bitching at me? Okay, you bitch away. 9 times out of 10, her arguments are, I need more food, or why is there no water in my water bowl? There's water, clearly, but I cannot see the water because water is see-through.
Poet, I think you may enjoy the great quotes chat.
What happened?
Got
I'm not.
mosey on down there.
Am I having a
I-
mental breakdown, or is this just a Tuesday?
This
Is
is your
this
regular
flirting?
Tuesday.
I can't tell.
Oh,
if you're
Maple
flirting or
knows how often I text her, and I'm like, I can't tell if I'm having a breakdown or
not.
not.
82 snap streak something. Is this person flirting?
I don't know. Are they?
I don't know. It's been so long. I can't tell.
Trust
Fight
me,
them in a duel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can find.
Dollar sign singing this with me. So I asked him like, oh, like, hey man, like, how you doing? Like, hope you're doing good. And like, oh, like, I'm good, but I'm really bored. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Some fun games. It's like, well, at least you're here. Smiley face. I don't know if that's flirting or not.
That's either a friend that's very close or flirting.
I've known them for like a week, not even.
That's flirting.
Flirting.
But they live in the Middle East. I'm not in the mood for their long distance relationship, and I don't even know you that well. I don't know how to respond to this. I'm just gonna not.
When you do, just respond like as if you're friends, and just make sure to make it clear that you're not interested in a relationship.
Say,
Told
you're
them,
like a
though.
brother to me. Just say, wow, you're so funny. You're like a brother to me.
Ooh, no, sister, actually.
No.
Destroy. I've done that to a man. He didn't talk to me after.
Which man are we thinking about?
Just a reminder, you are on stream, so please be
I know,
careful.
I know, I'm not saying names, but is this the one who I went on a date with and then he asked you out later, or?
This was a guy from my high school.
Oh, that guy. Fun.
Yeah. Watch, that's the one person who's watching. He just DMs me. What were you saying?
I've like he DMs you just like, you still think of me, and it's like, oh, we didn't mean to
No.
open that bag of worms.
Just be like,
I don't have
no.
time to unpack all of that.
Right.
You
I've
could
only
copyright
ever
John Mulaney.
the only relationship I've ever been in didn't actually. I don't feel that it counts. Mainly because of the intent of the other party and the fact that it didn't last that long. But if you don't include that, I've been in one relationship ever.
I was someone's fake girlfriend before I was like an official fake girlfriend.
My fake girlfriend. She still is my fake girlfriend. You're my precious honeybee, and I love you very much.
Sweet.
The fake girlfriend thing started when a guy could not get the hint that I did not want anything. He got my mailing address, I don't know how still, and then mailed me socks.
That's fucking weird.
I know. He was a nice guy. I think he was just very socially awkward and didn't understand like how to go about things in general. Probably didn't help. At first, I
boundaries?
was interested, and then I decided no, thank you, which is perfectly valid. Please
Right.
know that's fine. Yeah, socks. I donated a lot of socks last year. I also had several breakdowns. It was not a fun
Yeah,
time.
but think of it like this. That's how our friendship started.
One picture and hey, I have a girlfriend now. Gotta stop talking. Bye. I worded it nicer than that, I promise.
Sorry to interrupt the relationship conversation. I just want to interject with this Tumblr post somebody just sent me. For reference, I'm not on Tumblr. The only Tumblr posts I see is when somebody sends me something.
Oh, what, you
Um,
think you're too good for Tumblr?
No, I don't have time for it.
Hmm.
I already
valid.
got on TikTok, so I can only
I don't
do
have
so.
time for it either, but I'm still part of it, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, I don't have time for TikTok either. I just got on it, and now it's kind of a mistake that I can't fix. But anyways, here's what the post says. My life goal, you ask? Become captain of a fully functional old-timey pirate ship and sail it after Disney cruises at an ominous distance. I project stolen versions of their movies onto my ship's sails. This is too moderate, and I've changed my mind. My crew and I are going to steal a warship and sail around the world seeking the yachts of billionaires.
Why not both?
Literally, I only read the first section of that, but there were 3 sections, so I was reading the second one. I was like, wait, what? I love that
It's
though.
semi on topic, but someone in real life, not Jess, found my Tumblr and were like, "Hey, this sounds like you," and that was a conversation I was forced to have. Didn't want to have, but I was forced to.
You can always respond with, no, that's not me.
It didn't help because I posted my personal art on there, and they recognized that art because I showed it to them. That was my mistake.
Oh,
And yeah, long story short, I explained that I made a lot of "will steal your bones" jokes, and now it's a thing on my Tumblr. I had followers who message me jokes about that now, and I can't escape it now. I regret that decision very much.
I like how my blog is just like half my followers are bots.
they still count.
I,
Robots are
and like
people.
I
I
don't post on.
tell me different. Check robots are people. That's gonna be an actual thing in the future, 100%.
That nipple's in such a weird spot.
Yeah, it's a
I
little,
know. I was
it's,
looking at it like
it's a
that's
little
weird.
too high, and it's a little too next to his arm. Needs to be a bit closer
Also,
to the center and
I'm
lower.
not saying I'm salty that you removed all the earrings, but no, actually no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Put them back.
Here, is his nipple good now?
It's too low now.
I put smack dab in the middle. That just looks weird. It's not right.
Maybe you should put it
It
in
has
the
to be
middle
over
of his
something.
throat.
Yo.
Perfect.
That's just a wart or a mole.
We're back to the same original spot. Cool.
It's not. See, your skull's like right here.
When you
It
think
has
you've
to be
done
close to your arm though, because if you think like how he's like seated, his other nipple is like way over. I need a colored marker. I don't have a colored marker. Hang on.
I do
You
like
know,
how it's like when you think
Right
you've gone through personal growth, but you're still the
Right
exact same person.
here. It would have been right there.
me when I'm writing a character.
It's like
Okay.
I've been through personal growth. No, you just have a couple news stories, so shut up.
It's right
A
there.
100
There's
bad days means 100 good stories.
so
100 good stories
100
mean I never
stories like
see a bird.
beaches and parties. That's a
Yes,
good.
I love AJR.
where
That's the
are
only
your
song
shoulders?
I know.
Where would your shoulders have been, good sir? Your arms like right here would have bent down, and then there's a hand. Yay. Then yeah, your nipple would have been like right there or something. That fits. His nipples are fine.
Notice you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna say yes because I'm uncomfortable talking about nipples.
Why?
It's
You
fine.
have them. Everyone in this chat has them.
No, I cut them off when I was young and I sold them on eBay.
Get a good price.
I'm still banking on them.
I will say this just looks like a hipster dad.
I know. You said that, and now I can't get that out of my head, and I think I just have to commit at this point.
What is he leaning on also?
No.
Boobies.
It's just
Definitely leaning on. Bunch of boobs. What was that one? Did you guys do something like an art trick when you were a kid? Like, it was, don't take this in the wrong way. I know what the context is. Did anyone else do this? I made Pokemon cards out of that. Did anyone else do that?
No.
Is it just my
I never
school?
played Pokemon. I'm not a nerd.
I didn't play Pokemon until a few years ago.
Only like highlight of my popularity in elementary was when people like kept drawing these, and I thought, oh, that's fine. I'll turn it into like an actual card game. And it was the shittiest thing I've ever made, but I'm so proud of it. And people loved it. So it was popularity for like a month, and then it died out, and I was very sad about that.
Oh god, that takes me back. Um so I forgot that I had this memory, but now I do. Um
Here we are.
yeah, so I used to go to a lot of church camps when I was a kid. It was an easy way for my parents to get a fucking break from my chaotic ass. And I got to learn
Nice.
things. I'm not going to say good things or bad things because I'm currently having an issue with the church at large. But um,
Real.
if you want to know more, I'll tell you when we're not streaming. Um,
Yeah, I do.
You can't. Did you? Are you a witch?
I just want to
Blink
say,
once if you are. Blink twice.
A suspicious amount of ravens are following you, you're a witch. That's the rules.
if she breathes, no,
He's a whore.
but
It's only I saw
but
2 women recreate that, and I was like, this is perfect.
Where do earrings go? I have earrings of my own. I just only
But one of the years, I think it was like 5th grade, I went to this event and it basically was off in the woods somewhere in this little chapel area. It was super nice. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. But um so we were doing things and they gave us little goodies at the end of the day. Like for example, they might give us a bouncy ball. Well, this one year they gave us each 3 little plastic sheep, all of different colors. And somehow I convinced everyone on that trip that they were basically trading cards. And each sheep of
okay.
each different color was a different thing. And when you collect them all, you're the best or something. I don't know. And I convinced everyone of this, and I became the king of the sheep. I ruled them all, and I was the only person to walk away with one of every color.
I'm proud of you.
I suspect in one of the listen, please don't be. In one of these boxes somewhere is one singular red sheep from that. And if I ever find it, I will send you a picture.
Can that be the villain in the Carnage mode?
I didn't
Listen,
intend to be shirtless.
A singular red sheep.
you already know who the villain is.
No, it's Jeremy.
Never intended to be shirtless, and yet here we are.
I need to go back and watch I need to watch the first one so I can re-understand the context in which he appeared.
I made him up, and then everyone went with it.
No, like I was perfectly fine with you coming up with an NPC on the spot. But I need to remember what the context was so that I can fully embrace that context.
Oh, this is what I remember. So we stole the fish,
this fish has black eyes,
You
swims in
added that.
vodka,
You added that.
and makes visible, audible noises of blub.
That is true.
Okay. You concern me, but okay.
Swims in vodka and likes eating the flesh of the living.
What?
You also added that.
And
Sorry,
no
swims in
one
what?
stopped me.
I'd like to mention, they only feed him very rarely, like super, super fucking rarely. And whenever they do, they throw in bits of flesh,
It only
and
eats
then it's
flesh.
gone. And then they're like, guys, see, he's evil. He's like monstrous and
I
like a
think
cannibal
we
because
settled
they
on
just keep
a
throwing
warlock that's been
like they
polymorph.
they only feed him a few things very rarely, and then they're surprised when he eats them. Like they're worse parents than who they took
His
him
name is
from.
also Jeremy. The owner's name is Jeremy.
So like I don't fucking know. I really tried to um I really tried to listen. I don't want to ruin the magic, but at the same fucking time, I think we all know the truth.
Jeremy is a polymorph warlock,
Oh,
level
obviously.
20.
Yeah, obviously. But you already know who the villain is. It's the Dark Crown. He's at the center of the map. I already told you this. You know this.
Here's the other thing. I don't care what you plan. I made my own villain. And it's a
Uh,
fish that's
Entire campaign for
submerged in
shopping trip.
vodka.
I've forgotten that, by the way. You derailed the entire thing for a shopping trip. I had to go in through my notes and decide, okay, she's not gonna let this go. I have to make a
No.
shopping trip happen.
okay.
Keep in mind,
So,
I do try to keep it respectfully chaotic.
all right. So,
I really
Maple.
do.
So personally, one of the most annoying but will save you time in the future DM tips that I can give you is sometimes just giving them the freedom to fuck around in the town. Like obviously I think it makes sense in this case why you didn't.
Half the town is like destroyed. There's nothing to fuck around
Yes,
with. It's gone.
right. Exactly. And we're all very suspicious. Uh but just so you
Really?
know, in future
Oh.
campaigns, it is perfectly all right to just give them time to just shop. Because sometimes shopping can be the most entertaining thing. Because what I expected to happen, to be honest, was and obviously I'm not telling you how to run the campaign. I think you're doing a fantastic job. But
I hope
I
so.
agree.
The amount of anxiety attacks I've had over this is just depressing.
I'm sorry.
Not you guys. It's okay. Some of this is just me being, oh god, like I've never DM'd before. I don't even know that much about D&D. I only started like not even 5 months ago, so here we are. But I'm also having so much fun that I just don't want to stop. So in the end, the anxiety attacks are worth it. It's very fun. I'm okay with it. God, I wish I could control my anxiety a bit more. It's
So
so nice.
here's a little fun DM secret. Just a reminder, I have around 3,000
Layer
hours.
is this?
I have around 3,000 hours of experience. I've been doing things for a very long time. I started playing
I've been
before
doing
Fifth
things.
came out. That anxiety doesn't go away. I have a full-on anxiety attack with me crying and everything before every session with every group.
How does Carnage mode make you feel?
The only difference with Carnage mode is I get the satisfaction of potentially killing you all at the end.
I think
But
you were the
Carnage,
only person who wanted Cardamom to die. I'm gonna say that.
so well, that's kind of why I wanted her to die. Anyways, listen, I have nothing against your character specifically. And
Specifically. But there was a
I'd
but.
also like to mention that Bonnie's death wasn't even my idea. I feel like I think everybody involved blames me, but I had
Because you're
nothing
easy to blame.
right, but I had nothing to do with her death. like I legitimately after the previous session, before her death, got a message that was like, "Hey, this is what I think Bonnie would do," and I'm like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And now I think everyone blames me. I don't know if that's true, but that's just a portion of the anxiety I'm dealing with it with each session.
I don't
'cause
think no one blames you because I think we all got the vibe that Bonnie was like, I know, yeah, Bonnie was like, oh, I want to make a new character, so I'm just gonna kill
no,
this
hey,
character.
no. She decided first that Bonnie should go, and then she decided to make a new character. Or more accurately, she started going into, oh, what should my new character be?
Mm. And
And
then there
she,
was me thinking like, who can I kill to
go
save
for it,
my character?
do it.
Oh
So
my god, why didn't Emery kill those two fishermen? If she had done that, it would have been over right there. And
there were four. Um,
yeah,
but the reason she didn't kill them is because they were desperate and dying.
still, she was desperate and dying too.
She what? Yeah, she was okay.
If this is a changeling, could they? The baby
Give them
wants to
little
be like,
points.
I want to give her piercings.
Give her piercings. Do it.
That's not how
Look.
that's not how changelings work. But go for it. I
No, no,
think
but
it's
like,
good.
look, their piercings match. That's the
like
only
like I
reason I
said,
wanted to do it.
like that's not how changelings work. But if you want to do it, you're the DM. Go for
You
it.
know,
I personally believe in the rule of fun over everything. So like if something's fun for the party, go for it. Obviously, like
here's the thing: I am not used to being in control of such big, massive things.
Yeah,
Like,
vodka
that little
fit.
earring thing. This makes me like feel weird because I'm so used to it being like having to bounce off someone. Like, hey, should I do this? Should I not do this? And now it's just me adulting, and that scares me.
okay, so no matter what you do, at the end of the day, the party will do whatever the fuck they want to.
No, but I have to control a little bit of that. I have to be the adult sometimes.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about being
By
the
the way,
DM.
I turn
'Cause-
19 next week. I age next week. That feels weird. Because like I'm
Uh,
aging, but the fact that I'm turning 19 next week, I didn't think it would happen that soon. I thought it was still like the 10th. That was a very jarring fact for me today.
what's the date on that so I can, actually wish you happy birthday?
It's on the 28th.
Good to know.
Oh, you remembered. I love you. You're amazing.
I
Well,
literally have it written down on a sticky note that's on my wall.
she is your fake girlfriend, so
It's true. She's my fake girlfriend. She has to remember.
Hey, I'm a fake wife. I've upgraded.
Snap name of my phone is still fake wifey.
Yeah.
It concerns my mother. It's amazing.
yeah, I'm turning 20 soon, and that's fucking terrifying.
Oh god, you're aging too.
Yeah,
There's this calamity.
unfortunately.
Aging? What the fuck? Does this look right? Does this look okay? I need to know. Please help me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe it looks fine. Not weird and uncomfortable. I think I
I
might make it
mean,
a bit more.
I mean, what's Pecan
no,
leaning
please go
on?
back. Please go back.
This question hasn't been answered yet. All
Oh
I just
god.
need answers.
Happened? Perfect, guys.
There we go.
The big booty. Actually, I do need to make his butt like a bit more out there.
Why?
Okay, I need to make it look like it's actually sitting like normal. Like, look at this. It looks like it's
Okay.
just hovering. It's not like actually sitting.
Okay, then you should indent his clothes.
Or his
Excuse me?
pants.
You should indent his clothes because with him sitting, it will obviously crease.
I think actually, what if I? Okay, I know there's an indent clothes. I heard that, but I kind of want to bend the knee and see what happens.
Snap it.
Let's make a Game of Thrones reference actually, but you said snap it, and now I have to
um, can I just give a shout out to the Carnage Mode party, Maple included. You all suck.
I'm
and
included.
yes, you all suck, and I love you all. Um, but you all suck so much.
Accurate.
Like I Yukiko's desperately
What did
trying to
we
get
do
you
to
all.
deserve this?
You all desperate like Yukiko's desperately trying to drag you all back into like the story and the campaign, and you
I've
all are
been
just
trying
like,
to, I swear to God.
well, you need to work on that.
Until she gets some more, I'm concerned.
Because like each one of you individually, I have seen do things and like actually make progress. The only exception to that was Star. I've never played a game with Star. I love Star, but never had played a game with them before, or with her before. And she's the one person that's she Maple and let me
I
say
had talking
partially Maple. She hasn't had time to fuck up as royally as you all have. And then um Dust. You three are the only ones that are staying on task. And Dust showed up for one session. And the only action he took during the entire session was he raged.
as any good barbarian does, yes. Rage is the most inconvenient time. That's like the big rule.
But he's never played a barbarian before.
Oh, mood.
He messaged me and he was like, "Hey, so I know that so he has chronic old man syndrome where he always plays an old man. And
Okay, my favorite D&D character is Two Gnomes in a Trench Coat.
but like he always, and I mean always, plays a man that sounds like this. And it's you just look at it and you're like,
Ass leg. No, thank you.
and so he's in another thing I record and I upload online. Um and he started playing a new character and it's working really well. So he messaged me, he said, "Okay, so I'm having trouble building this character." And this is like 15 minutes before the session. Well, no, sorry. This was like an hour before the session. He was like, "What class should I play?" And I was like, "You usually play a spellcaster, so play barbarian." And he was like, "Okay." And I think for like having an hour to build his character, he did a good job and he made his character interesting enough. And also, he learned rage enough. I think his idea was he was going to rage and then effectively rage out of it.
I think this baby's thigh is too big.
I think you're
He's
right.
too thick.
Oh god.
Damn, boy, that baby's thick.
Alright, I need to fix this poor thing. So that's not much better. Won't lie.
Just a
Oh,
reminder, there should probably be a separation between the thigh and the butt.
Oh right. That's oh god.
Just a little something I learned in art school.
I don't know how to do this, so I'm just gonna fake it. Like
Just know there's a few different muscles in there. Also,
you
the
know,
butt
I got the spirit. I have
the
this.
butt should probably be lower than the thigh.
Should it though?
I
Are
mean,
you
if you want to go with
sure?
anatomy,
I mean, have you seen these eyes? That's not anatomy. That's Disney. Since when
uh,
is Disney called anatomy?
by the way, Poet, since we're streaming now and it's called Questioning Movies, do you want to just start ranting about Big Bang Theory?
Just go off. I want to listen to this. Also, we've been streaming for a while.
Actually, not that long. Only about an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, but how long were we talking before that?
That's a question.
Nope, I regret this decision immediately. I will not be doing this. I decided to cancel. No, thank you. Oh god, I can't go
Nice.
back anymore. Oh god, I've hit the end of my control. This delete. Oh fuck, I actually have to do this by hand now.
No, don't worry. What you have started is good.
Sucks to suck.
You just gotta like you just gotta commit.
Oh, I
Commit
don't-
to the bit.
Commit to the bit.
Honestly, Big Bang Theory drains me of my very life energy. All the characters hate each other so much.
But they always end up loving each other for some reason.
It's not even a love. It's like a we're forced to be together. And
Oh, that's more of like an
we're all terrible people.
The only characters that I feel actually have a relationship is Raj and everyone but Penny.
Yeah, how come there was never like a Penny Raj thing?
There was.
Well, no, like an actual friendship.
Oh, because he couldn't talk to girls for a long time, and now he can only talk to girls when he's drunk.
Yeah, but then he got past that.
Feels like college frat boys.
Because the writers didn't want to.
That show gives me migraines. Like my mom will have it on, and I'll literally be like, nope, and I'll just stay in my.
Because literally, like, Raj's family is such a stereotype. And they didn't have to do that.
Did they profile them? I'm actually wondering about that, by the way.
The only thing that they didn't do that's like an Indian stereotype is his parents didn't sell carpets, but their background is literally a carpet on their Skype calls.
I didn't even know about the carpet thing. I know they said the dad was a gynecologist.
Was he? They added that later then.
Yeah. Who knows? They don't have consistency is not something they had because I saw this one thing and apparently they added up like all of Leonard's like like he's lactose intolerant, he has asthma and like all this stuff, but like they always added stuff, so like by the end of it you're kind of wondering how is he not dead just by breathing.
Yeah.
What did I just do? I hit a button. I didn't mean to hit a button. Nice.
So yeah, like it
Oh.
it turned into too much of a thing. Like I think the issue with Big Bang Theory is they just like to take bits too far, and their bits aren't good in the first place.
Yeah.
But
There was the whole thing of committing to a joke and then just taking a joke too far.
right, like
Well,
the
they're not
roommate
even good.
agreement. The roommate agreement. Okay, whatever. If he wants to have a roommate agreement, that's his personal business. But
If
why
anything,
is that the punchline for like 90% of things?
and I also like how it's seen as this outlandish thing, when really it's just two people who live together having like clear defined rules.
It's
Like,
just physical.
yeah, it's basically saying like, hey, this, please sign it so in case something breaks or something, I
We
can
can
have
have
proof that
accountability.
you. Yeah, like, let's say, like I'm trying to figure out how this would be like, let's say there was a thing of like don't touch this because it will break, and then one of them breaks it, or no, let's say they lay out what belongs to who, so if something is stolen the other will have proof that they acknowledged it belonged to them.
About my
Like
old roommate.
I don't know, like the more I think of it, the roommate agreement isn't really that outlandish because I could see it being used a court to say like, well, they signed it.
Yeah.
I know. I
And
hate that
it's
show.
the issue is like they spend too much time caring about the wrong thing.
Exactly. Okay, do any of you guys watch Wisecrack?
I've heard of it.
It's like this
Same.
philosophy YouTube channel, and they have a podcast too. It's really good.
Justin told me about it, but I'm not sure.
Oh, because I recommended it, you're not gonna listen. That's fair. Basically, they did an episode, and they said how the jokes of Big Bang Theory are merely referencing things. Like, they don't have smart jokes. They make joke because it's smart. Like, the episode where Penny breaks her arm, there's a joke because Sheldon talks about friction, but he doesn't make a joke where the knowledge of friction makes it funnier. He just acknowledges friction. Like, he could have explained how gravity works and it would have been the same punchline. Oh, look, he's smart.
Yeah, and it comes off as not him being smart, but him being condescending.
Not even that. It just comes off as lazy writing. Like,
I think it says a lot more about because when I was watching the show for the first time, I was genuinely entertained. I'm not gonna lie.
oh yeah,
Uh,
same. And it's when
but
you
I think
start thinking about it.
I think it comes down to I think that's because the actors are really fucking good. The actors can make the parts work, but the writers can't.
Well, okay, you know how everyone was making such a big deal about, like, oh, they have accurate scientific stuff on their whiteboards and that. Okay, well, they don't understand it though. Like, Wisecrack used this example of Futurama where they use this mathematical formula as a punchline because if you were aware of the formula, you saw the joke. So it was kind of like an inside joke for all the math geeks.
I think that's
Like, they
fun.
don't, yeah, like it's nice when they can have like an understanding of what they're writing about. So like if you too understand it, you're like, oh, I do get that joke. Like they had the infinite movie screen place in Futurama, and they were like, the joke is like it's impossible to have infinite movie screens, but you wouldn't know that if you didn't know the math thing. Problem is, they want this show to be widely accessible regardless of your education or your specialties.
And I think what's important is that you have a balance between like funny inside jokes and then like
Like
you know,
universal jokes.
right, and ones that aren't pointed at your characters.
And they're
Uh,
always kicking at them.
like okay, so thinking back to the episode where they have to go to Penny's ex-boyfriend, the super buff guy in like season 1.
Mm-mm.
Um,
Unfortunately, I remember, yes.
and the guy's response to them coming and asking for a fairly reasonable request is pantsing them and then writing on their foreheads like literally they can call the cops. Sheldon
But
and
they
Leonard
don't.
Sheldon and Leonard both know that they can call the cops about this. I think they might even acknowledge it in the show, and they just don't. Because
It's like
that is a
I don't know.
that is a breach of privacy.
Here's the thing. I thought of like different ways the show could have gone with like the same outcome of Penny gets the money but thinks her boyfriend is a like her ex is like a changed person. For one, don't make him act like he's in high school still. Like this is a grown adult. Like he has a life in
So I'd like to add that I barely watched the show, but I do know that they heavily emphasize being in a relationship will change you. Like your other person, your SO, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, they're
will
supposed to
fix
change
you.
you for the better. Exactly. You need them. I don't like that because I don't believe that you should need someone. You should want them in your life. They should want you in their life, but you should have to
Exactly.
need them. Because if they
Oh my
die the
god.
next day and you needed them, what's that going to be? Like, are you just going to kill yourself too? I don't know.
That's
I'm sorry,
Amy
trigger
and
warning there. I'm
Sheldon.
very sorry, but that is a
That
real
is
thing.
Amy and Sheldon 100% because you're
Don't
telling me
like it. It bothers me so much. Like, okay, like what happens if they die though? Like, you have to be
or like if
aware
they
of
leave you.
Like
What if they just leave?
you and the other person should be your own people and then work better together. But you should be able to work separately. Because
Yeah.
without that, like, what if they go on a business trip? You're
Or
fucked. You have no
or
personality now.
or what if it just doesn't end up working out and you have to split? Oh no, now your fundamental person is now gone.
Yeah, it's just
It's great while I was fixing this baby because I'm just thinking about it now. Like his legs are definitely wrong. I gotta fix that. His legs are too damn thick. But
They're not thick enough.
yeah,
damn that baby. Also,
I
let me
wouldn't say that the FBI will be at your door.
please come and arrest me. Then I can explain to my professors why I didn't show up for 2 weeks.
that's fair. You say COVID or arrest. Take your pick.
Yes.
Either way, a lot of shows right now are actually not emphasizing COVID's a risk and they're continuing to film normally. Like, I have a lot of issues with how Hollywood treats their actors already, but
Oh
that goes
yeah.
across.
I know like I saw
Um,
this one thing where it was like it in like the UK actors are like unionized and like everyone's unionized, so like at 7 p.m. everything just shuts down like cuz they have to pay overtime. So that's why British shows tend to have like fewer episodes.
Oh yeah, I read
But
about that somewhere.
and I think I sent that thing to you on Tumblr cuz
Yeah.
we admit we're not too good for Tumblr. Why does that sound like I'm downgrading us? Wow. Okay. Didn't mean
No,
to
it's
sound like
okay.
that.
It's true. It's a
But
little
like
true.
but like it is sad how like capitalism does affect art to that degree where they will overwork people.
It's not even that. It's just that I don't like how they treat a lot of actors.
They treat them
Right.
like props.
I don't know who here's watched The Witcher, like the Netflix series, but you guys know what I'm talking about? With the bathtub scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
I don't know
he
what
had
happened, but
so he looked incredibly like toned and like you could see all the details in his muscles. That's because he hadn't drank water for however many days to the point where his blood was low key sludge. Once you get to the point where like it's an hour till it's a hospital time, that's perfect time for filming those kind of muscles. And I hate it so much because one, that is such unrealistic expectations. And I can't word. I'm sorry. That is so bad, guys. Like you shouldn't look like that. You should not have your body to look like that. It's not right.
yeah.
You're not going to be toned every single day of your life. Please don't. That is incredibly unhealthy, and I genuinely fear for people who do that.
I think the important part to remember is I don't drink anyway, so it's fine, you know. I'm gonna look toned for it.
I don't know. I think it's really gross that they kind of force actors into that. And if you don't do that, then well, fuck you, I guess. There goes your contract. Have fun. Bye. Where does his
Yeah.
arm go? Oh, that's why. Okay, oops. I actually need to be quiet now because it's like 11 and people are probably trying to sleep. And oops. How does this?
Um
That's not
yeah,
how baby works, but it's fine.
babies do not have hard ankles, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Parts. What do you mean? Here you go.
You drew a very direct line from the end of the butt to the
To be fair, a lot of
baby's
it's going to be hidden, I think. And either way, I don't care. I do need to fix its poor shoulder, though. That's what's bothering me. This is why I don't get stuff done on time. I spend too long on the details.
You might actually be able to hide a bit of the arm or bit of the back behind the arm.
But even if I don't, it's not going to bug me that's not curved. Curved enough, you know?
Yeah.
The fact that I know it's going to bug me, that's my problem.
Welcome back.
I've unmuted. Sorry, my mom was talking to me.
But when it comes down to it, just Big Bang Theory has too many issues.
I hated how it ended too.
It ended.
Yeah, it ended with Sheldon. Oh yeah, spoilers for those who don't want Big Bang Theory spoiled. If you're one of these people, I'm sorry.
That's
Uh,
all right.
so it ends with Sheldon and Amy winning a Nobel Prize. And they're like, God, these are like my family. I love them so much. And I'm thinking, like, what? You hate each other.
Okay, you know what's actually like genuinely fucked up?
Mm.
The
What?
fact that Sheldon discovers a new element, and the response is not congratulations. I mean, he's complaining about winning all this stuff, and basically he doesn't want all the attention that he's earned. But at the same time, like he's earned it, and Leonard's solution is disproving him on discovering a new element. And also, how can you disprove discovering a new element?
Being a dick, apparently.
Because r- remember, there was a scientific group in I think Russia that went and found the element that he discovered.
I thought what happened was his numbers were off, so he like
His
accidentally found it.
Yeah, but he still found it, which
Yeah.
is all that matters in the scientific community. I mean, obviously it's important to like get your numbers right, but at the end of the day, like he still found it. He still would have gotten all of his awards. But then he just happened to not get them?
Someone was being a dick. I don't know.
Like that's one of the episodes that just when I was watching it the first
Forgot
time,
about
it
that
like
one.
it made me just uncomfortable and kind of sad for him because he genuinely worked hard and found this, and while he did it wrong, he still found it. And the show's response was not good job, Sheldon. The math is wrong, and maybe somebody in the scientific community like began to question it, and maybe later on in the season it turned out that he got his math wrong, which would have been really interesting and would have added some depth into the show.
Well, it would have been
Mm.
like you can't sometimes you just stumble into it. Like science isn't always precision.
Right.
Sometimes you just stumble into something.
Yeah, and that's a big part of science.
Accidents happen, but sometimes they're happy accidents.
Like look at the periodic table. The guy literally made it, guessed on some stuff, and then he started getting into fights when someone corrected him. They're like, "Oh, we found it." He's like, "No, you didn't. That's what it is." Like educated guesses is like what science is, or just full on luck.
Yeah, like
Okay, is this better? I think this baby's thigh, like over here, or his leg, is just kind of off, so we have to fix that. But
yeah. So the only issues I really see are the two legs of the baby. Other
yeah,
than that, it's looking
I'm
good.
debating just having a blanket covering him. That's where I'm at right now.
But
Babies
you've
have
worked so
blankets.
hard on it already.
I know, but I'm ashamed of my work.
No, no, you're so
That's literally
close.
better than anything I've drawn. So you shut up.
Could just have a blanket covering most of its thighs, and that'd be fine, technically. I just don't know how blankets even work, or the folds, or the creases, so I have to look that up
You
too.
can't hide it. It's on a stream now. You can't hide it.
Oh, shit, you're right. Okay, how to even fix this though? That's my I don't
Okay,
know how to
so
fix this.
the biggest thing is the thigh is different from the butt. That's the biggest thing here.
Then how would
Um,
I like
so
make a
just have a part of the leg that's a bit thinner. So basically, come off of the top of the calf. Yeah, come up there and then connect, and then have a little bit of a crease that you did before. Um, and then I think
which
that
layer
would
is this?
be yeah.
When did
I
this happen? Oh god. Okay, hang on. I need to. Oh god, I hate extra layers so much. convenient as all hell. That is true. But they cause me migraines, and it's not fun.
I feel that.
No, don't. Plus, I just want you to go up one layer. Nope, can't do that. Okay, fine. We'll move that.
So robotic goddess, who you may know as Goddess or Delta during the
Ah,
Carnage World streams, says can't hide shit on stream.
God, she's watching. We're watching. I don't know your pronouns. I'm sorry.
Make sure all you guys like and subscribe. No, that's YouTube. This is Twitch.
I don't know how Twitch works.
Basically, you can get people to follow you, or you can get people to watch your streams. That's basically it.
Okay,
I
so
know.
I fixed the thigh, kind of. I think the feet are still too big, but I'll come back to that later.
I think they're fine.
I do have a mildly funny story. So the club I'm part of at College Maple will know what I'm talking about. They had a Twitch streamer come on, and
Oh,
like
him!
I forgot, because like I've never been on Twitch a day in my life. So I walk in late and I see this guy and I'm thinking, oh, he's probably just like a new member. Like he's like, how old did that guy look? Like 30s? Like
He had a son. He was about 5. I think he was either like very late 20s or very early 30s.
yeah, like, and I went to school with a 70-year-old, so like I thought, oh, this is just a new student, like a new member, cool. And like he's like, you're late, and I'm like, a queen is never late. Y'all are just early. Because I didn't realize he was like a guest speaker.
I thought
Until
that
I
was just
looked.
you had like a little quip. Oh God, you didn't plan that, did you?
It was a quip.
Just badly timed.
It
Wasn't
was
mad,
a
by the way.
quip.
He was actually quite amused.
Also,
Nick
Goddess
commented
says,
later in the sentences.
Goddess
Oh,
says,
no.
dab, 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 if you like girls.
Funny.
I don't like dabbing, but I will. I'm gonna
I
dab,
used
but
to
I will.
dab. But yeah, then I found out. Then I realized, oh, this is the guest speaker, and so I was like, oh God, I've already like started joshing this guy. I can't quit now. So then he made a reference to those who were late, and I said, well, next time I'll show up early. He said, that's a while away, and I'm like, guess you're gonna have to hold me to it. I don't know what I was trying to achieve in that conversation, but like the whole time
That was a good thing.
the whole time he was talking, I zoned out because I'm thinking, I don't want to be a Twitch streamer.
Kind of.
I mean,
Oh.
if I could successfully become a Twitch streamer, cool. But I honestly, I don't think I have interesting enough content for that. And most of my interesting content is a bunch of people playing D&D. And if I were to ever make money on that, everyone playing would get a cut, and then none of us would have enough to live on.
I mean, you could just not tell us that you're making money. Who would check you?
That's like the most asshole thing ever.
I beg of you, please help. I don't know how to draw butts. Okay,
Look
as
up
someone who makes a
butts.
lot of weirdly
Listen,
sexual
this
jokes,
is
I
what I
don't
have to
know.
learn about next week. Okay. That's not a joke, by the way.
I didn't think it was, to be fair.
I have to take drawing 3, and also Goddess says dabs in pan. Imagine not knowing how to not draw butts. What? Imagine not knowing how to not draw butts. Okay, whatever. Dabs in bi.
Like bisexual or
Yes.
Yeah.
As in yes to or. Oh,
Committed.
that's not what I thought it said. I thought those were U's, and the B was supposed to replace a P.
What were you doing? Yeah, look, my handwriting's not that neat on a computer.
It's neater than mine.
Who's texting me?
No, I didn't.
forgot to do Tanner. Oh no.
what did
I was gonna help him with
Tanner
his
do?
spells, and he never responded because he was gonna go eat something. And then he never texted me back, so I just forgot about it. Shit.
Well, that sucks for him. What's today?
Today is
What
Today
I
is
can I can help him
Wait, do we
tomorrow
play
morning.
tomorrow?
Like I'm not working.
we do.
Yeah, we play
Oh,
tomorrow.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
And I'm
And
very glad that we aren't pushing that back at all because I would not be able to make it if we did.
that's fair. I
I'm
couldn't do last week because I was just so dead and I had shit to do. So
I understand.
I have to put mental
Uh,
health before anything else in the end.
Yeah, of
In the end, I'm left for myself. So, gotta care for myself.
course.
Okay,
Oh
but seriously, how
god.
do I do that? Please help me.
I'll help you in a minute, but Goddess just sent a lot of messages. Goddess said, time to go cap someone's kneecaps with a pan that I totally didn't deep throat.
Look, if you're gonna deep throw pans, you gotta make sure you clean them first, because there are a lot of chemicals on pans that are actually, potentially toxic. So, deep throat safely.
Well, let's
She
face it.
would know.
Pansexuals are people too, so as long as it's consensual, it's fine.
Can pans consent?
Yes. Pansexuals, yes, because they are
No, no,
people.
no, no,
No, like
no.
pans, like the
Oh, I
pans.
know.
You're not gonna cook a pan person on the stove unless you're a cannibal. I felt weird
Goddess
saying that.
says dab.
I'm not dabbing. Dabbing is a cursed thing from like
That died
2017, and
in
we don't
was it 2017?
think it was.
See, every time there's a new trend, I catch on when it ends.
Honestly, bro, same.
Like Pokemon cards, when they were cool at my school, I found out when they were over. Um, Literally. Oh, that's why I do it. That's what Goddess said. I love to see the cringe. But like literally, I found out about dabbing when it was dying, and I started doing it then. And it's the only thing I ever did when I caught on slightly during the time.
Well, okay, do you know about the stick bug?
What?
Getting stick bugged?
No, is it like Rick rolling?
I don't know what Rickrolling is. Where you send someone a video of a stick bug.
So it is like Rick rolling. Okay.
And then, okay, Maples, do you remember that strawberry dress I showed you?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently the internet is like obsessed with it. And I watch Closer or Stay Tuned on Snapchat, and they were talking about the dress because it's just blown up on YouTube. I
feel
mean,
like I
on
should
the internet.
mention, since you actually mentioned that dress, I went online, I found a Sims 4 mod for that exact strawberry dress, and your little Sim for you I have, I just put that on her.
Thank
So,
you.
is
That's a
that better?
500. That's a
Is that better?
$500 dress, so I enjoy the quality.
I don't know if this is better or not. I think the butt's too far ahead. I don't know what I'm doing. This is fine. This is adult life. This is how I adult. I never know what I'm doing. I have to adult tomorrow. I have to go to the bank tomorrow. I don't want to, but I have to.
Ooh.
Hmm.
I still have to pay my mom back for paying my college, and I
That
don't know how.
is called something you do after you've graduated and have the funds to do so, possibly. Okay, that just feels like too much of it. I am suffering. Say I suffer.
Keep trying to lower my voice. Keeps telling me too loud. Can you all still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, cool.
Is that better? I don't know if that's better. I need to fix the pants.
Why no pockets?
Have you
Sorry,
left?
my thing was glitching for a few minutes, and now I don't know why she's whispering.
Because her mother told her she needed to be quiet, I think.
Ah,
Yeah.
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 So maybe you should do a flip.
I don't know what that means.
You should do a flip.
Different.
Like an actual flip? I can't do a flip.
Well, okay then. That's your decision.
Right, Panda, is this better though? Like, there's like a mild separation.
Yeah.
It's not very good.
Yeah, I would just suggest pulling the thigh in a little bit. Other than that, I think it's good.
Like, pulling it in where?
Towards
Moving
the
it
rest
over?
of the leg.
Like, moving it up some, or
No, just I guess making the thigh less thick, if you like the term.
okay. So was the placement okay though of this, or should I move
Yeah.
it over a bit?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It's fine. Okay. In that case, I don't feel like redrawing that whole chunk, so
Extra chunk.
basically, yeah.
It's a chubby baby.
Our reality is diminished too. I don't feel like doing this, but I'm still gonna do it anyway.
Why did you send that in chat?
And what?
You sent look up butts.
I'm
Where is
sorry.
this? That's not
What's the
that.
issue with that? That's good advice.
Because that's how you very quickly end up looking at porn.
I mean, depends. We're
Oh,
all
that's
very
what
lonely.
that's what you meant.
Very lonely during quarantine.
I can name a few people who are. I'm not even like horny. I'm touched hard. I want a hug. That's all I want.
I like how, as a society, we went from I really like I'm horny to I want someone to hold me to I want someone to acknowledge me. I like how
It's one
we
leg.
just progressively asked for less.
Oh god, it's still broken, but I don't want to fix it. Nope, that's not happening. His thigh's fine. Everything's fine.
There needs to be more detail on the pants. Like, there's no. Are these just sweatpants?
Yes.
They need
Be
little
honest,
strings.
I did what I'm doing with his pants. Like, this is pretty good progress for one night.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
And I'm tempted to do what I did with the map and just do the whole thing in one day, which was a bad idea, by the way. Don't ever do that. I was very, very tired after. Realistically, I can't.
I'm not gonna lie. Every time I've drawn a map, it took me like 6 hours, but I sit down and I draw the whole thing. But then I forgot to upload it digitally. And as a result, um it's always done, but it's not done.
It's done in air quotation marks.
Right. So anyways, everybody, this is the art stream, since I stream art so
Oh yeah, it's definitely her art. Definitely.
yeah, totally that's why you can tell when I move the mouse it says Braysauce's screen up top, totally not Maple's. um yep.
I had a separate layer for the. When did I do that? I don't remember doing that. Okay. That's very convenient actually, because I needed to fix it, but good god. Recall that. What my life has become. Nope, that's on the eraser.
I don't know what it is about this chat, but this chat just like dropped in like 10 decibels in energy.
Well, it's because we also stopped talking. That
Yeah.
contributes.
I was told to be quiet, so I'm sorry.
Gosh, you're like 90% of our energy.
That is accurate. My energy comes into bad drawing jokes and why the hell am I doing this? That's just my reality, and I'm okay with that.
My reality is just bad jokes.
You need to show like there's a stomach here, so I think I did that just right. I hope I did that just right. That, that's weird. Opinions, please. Does baby look normal?
Oh no, it destroys the child. You eat the baby. Fetus deletus.
Yeet.
Did
hang on.
y'all by chance see the recent Donald Trump ad?
No, I stopped paying attention to him a while ago.
I
I just watched Seth Meyers.
So a new ad came up, and I'm really tempted to do a reaction video, but it's called the Bidening, and he's basically trying to say that if if he becomes if Biden becomes president, it's going to be
This farce.
it,
Was this
it'll
like was this
become
a meme video or a real legit video?
a real video by Donald Trump's campaign,
I'm so
and
tired.
and
I'm
it'll
just
be a horror film. And I put in the comments something along the lines of, "Yeah, but I hear it has a great director and it's better than the prequel, The Trumpeting."
No, what you have to do is do like a director's cut, but in the Trump voice. Like of what, like in this scene, it was really hard to get Sleepy Joe.
In a world where Trump is no longer the president,
Everyone's weirdly more happy.
everyone's sad all the time. They're always crying. Always. They're always sad because I'm not president, which means every part of their life will be impacted exclusively negatively. That's right.
Just make your own ad, but like when you're like just show people like happy and be like everyone be really sad.
Oh god. Okay, gonna be honest. This is off topic, but I'm really not happy with this. I'm really, really not. It just doesn't look right.
Because he's not leaning on anything.
Shut up.
You're never
That's
going to be
fair.
happy with your own work. I think it's good.
I don't like how the baby thing is just bugging me. Here's your trees leaning on. You happy? You better be happy. Look at the tree. It even has like the root things. It's like a Zelda tree. Okay. Magic.
Excellent. Just show Ember and Lila fighting in the back.
I just feel like she's floating like right here. That's what's getting me.
I thought
Maybe
that
the
was his leg.
maybe the baby is standing against his chest a little bit.
This is a baby. I don't think they
Babies
have
can
that much strength
stand.
right now.
Do you think
They
babies
are
can't stand?
pieces of skin that terrify me.
All you gotta do
Mm,
is add some like indentations in the pants around the feet,
what
and
if
then
I
you're
just like I'm actually like what
Here,
if it has a
I'll show
fluffy
you a
pink
picture of a baby
blanket?
standing.
What if it had a fluffy pink blanket, like right here? That would offer like the support needed. I just don't know how to do fabric, but like I'll figure it out eventually.
just do what's it called? Uh, cross hatching.
Oh, like this stuff?
Yeah, but you can do that to show texture and depth.
Yeah, I know. I usually just like do like solid colors or this, not so much the crosshatch. Crosshatch is for when I want to show
There's some-
injury. Like burn marks or
I've
something.
sent. I mean, like, wouldn't he have scars?
I don't know if Pecan had scars or not. I love that. Okay, his real character's name is not Pecan. I think it's like Pecan or something. But I just couldn't pronounce it, so I just keep calling him Pecan, and it just that's it. That's all, folks. You probably should have had another collarbone somewhere, but I don't know where to put it, so it's fine. Okay, you know what? No. Okay, ignore this. It's fine. We'll work on the tree. We'll come back to the baby later when I can, stare at it and hate it. Texting me.
I sent you reference photos.
I still forgot to. I'll see a curse damage.
I have a feeling you're gonna show us anyways.
You have no choice. Going in carnage mode. Can I send pictures in this? Oh, I can. Oh, that's fantastic.
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh, I love this guy. He makes like useless inventions as like art projects, and like he'll have people who like phone him. He's like, no, the whole point is that you shouldn't do these things.
By the way, at some point, obviously not tonight, but would y'all be down for doing like a video where we just like look at Reddit memes?
I'm down.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's do it.
and
I
and chances
frequent
are,
Reddit.
I think it'll be funny and great.
So
I frequent Reddit.
just
And I'll
off
probably
topic. Mist bought a D&D character?
hot local mom.
No,
You
Mist
can
bought.
buy digital copies. Something. I have no idea how that works.
Oh, she went online and she bought art of a character. Um, I have asked Miss to not make any more characters because she very easily gets excited about new characters and the old characters suffer as a response.
Mm.
And she said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not." And it's clear she is. Um, and I'm starting to get a little concerned because I think her current character is gonna bite the dust soon because she just bought a character. So
I started having a relationship with her character. There was a deal there.
yeah, and like a few days ago she was trying to build a cool character idea. I was like, oh cool. And she sent me like based on the information she sent me, she was building 6 different characters. Um
Jesus Christ.
and I asked her about it and she said, no, no, it's just one. It's just so much
She
different
sent
information.
me a video, or not video, a picture of a dragon she just made. And none of you have context for this, but it's in a whole different, not D&D, it's RP server. It's a whole new character. Brand new. It's actually very well drawn. I quite like it. But yeah, she's very quickly losing interest in a lot of her old characters, which I mean, fair.
Yeah, I definitely
I did
understand,
it
but
too.
at the same time, um, the group's ability to kill the Dark Crown will be hindered if she keeps dying and staying at level 1.
Bad, huh?
Now, I
Mm.
understand at the same time, like I recognize that like you can't always like keep going higher. And sometimes you die. That's fine. But at the same time, I
Have a
want you all to
fight.
actually finish this, actually be able to make some progress. Um, and I'm very worried because before this last session, I was almost positive that that was going to be the last session of that.
Yeah,
Is that why
and
you
then
were
leveled up
asking about
twice.
starting a new session or a new campaign or something?
Yeah,
I remember you mentioned it, and then I just stopped listening. I'm sorry. I don't mean to stop
no,
listening. I really don't.
you're perfectly fine. I have 2 sessions on the back burner, 2 different campaigns.
Is it?
that I built because why not? But as a result, like I'm prepared for you all to, but at the same time, like you all with this last session have made more progress than you did in any other session. But at a certain point, if you all don't make enough progress, I'm worried that all of you are gonna give up halfway through.
I saw it was
Alright.
right.
I will
You're
admit,
just
like,
gonna
I really want to finish it. 'Cause, like, I love Cardamom. Like, I love that character so much. Like, I'll even admit, like, once I like, it's so easy to get like excited about a new character, but like, I still know like if something happens to her, I have to just make something just as good. And like, I even thought of like Necromancer.
I mean, you can definitely change like your class and stuff, but if your character stays the same, like the personality stays the same, you're not really changing much.
yeah.
No, like,
It needs every character needs personality wise to change. Because
yeah,
Ember and Cardamom are a little too similar, to be honest. But at the same time, because they're not connected at all, it works fine enough. Um,
they never have to interact.
right. But if they did, they're a little too close for comfort, to be honest.
They would,
If
they'd hate each other.
if Cardamom were ever to die, I want to talk to you in DMs and work on like a new character for you with you because
Mm.
I have a feeling you're gonna kind of have the old man syndrome, as I call it, where all of your characters are very similar.
Yeah.
Um, and
What do you think would be good for me? You've seen me in 2 campaigns.
well,
I know what's in this fucking file. What the
the,
shit? I hate this computer so much. It's
the
just,
most
I'm sorry.
no, you're perfectly fine. The most important thing is you no longer play a healer. That would be the first thing.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen you not play a healer. Like even in the one shots, you were always healer.
I always feel bad because no one wants to play the healer, but like you.
Yeah, well, if no one wants to play a healer, then I guess people have to learn the hard way and suffer. That's welcome to life. Nothing is nice.
That's why I gave the party Lily because then you all could train her to be whatever you all needed to fit in.
That sounds kinky, and you know it.
Why? Ugh. Only never mind. I can't make that joke.
Make it. Do it. Do
It
it, you
didn't even
coward.
make sense.
I don't care.
Okay, only so many orifices can be filled at once.
I liked it.
But um, so that was the idea with Lily, so that you could have a party member that could fit whatever role you needed her to. You needed her to be a healer. She could probably go along an artificer route because she can't play a cleric because she's not going to devote herself to a patron or to a deity. Um, However, you can train her to be a healer. You can train her to be all these things. A ranger if you need her to be. But no one has
Well,
interacted with her really. The only thing you all have ever done is stop her from leaving. Like,
Lila?
yeah, no, not Lila, Lily. Um, like the only thing the party's ever done with her is they've been like, no, don't leave, and then they ignore her until she tries to leave again.
That
I
sounds
don't
like a
know.
toxic friend group.
It's
I'm not even
incredible.
kidding.
Yeah, it
Eh,
sounds incredibly toxic, and she wants to leave, but then somebody keeps picking her up and dragging her back.
It's typically Ember. Even
So
though Ember has no reason to be there.
the thing I would do is I would ask you to build a like an anti-strength non-healing character. So a rogue or a ranger or a druid. But actually I would stay away from druid because that can get healer pretty quickly. So honestly I would recommend a rogue because I think you would love playing a rogue.
So sure. I
Um,
think I am.
and they have no ability to heal anyone.
Honestly, I feel like my gut instinct would be to heal people, so like I just keep doing failed medicine checks.
Then what a shame. I guess you gotta unlearn that, don't you?
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to promote you working with people and helping people, but at the same time, just like some of my players need to learn to not rely solely on magic. And I know I do stuff too. I just don't know what I do. It always takes a third person perspective. Um,
I
Yeah.
think for you put a lot of time and effort into building a character, but you also gotta be aware of like not everyone else is gonna follow with how you built it. You tend to forget that a lot. Like even when you're planning with me, you tended to forget a lot that other people are gonna throw a huge wrench into your plans.
so the way I usually interpret, because I recognize that people are going to throw wrenches in my plans, and I know that I'm basically trying to explain this away. This is just how I see it. I
Go
understand
ahead.
people are gonna like throw wrenches in my plans, and
Oh,
honestly,
and
that
not the
makes
hard
my
way.
plans more exciting. Um, like the few times I do have plans, it's more exciting when somebody's trying to like actively stop it. Um, because I don't know why. I, I find it a lot more interesting when the party's just like, no. And I think that just comes from uh having worked with many parties that just go with whatever they hear, even if it makes no sense. I tested this at one point and I was like, okay, how about you all throw yourselves into the abyss of fire? An NPC just suggested to them, and they were like, yeah. And I said, you're going to die, and they're like, okay, that's fine. We're not going to die. And then they all died. They were like, what? And I was like, threw yourselves into the abyss of fire. What'd you
Me-
think was going to happen?
Meanwhile, our campaign is like conflicting with every NPC we meet.
The so the only NPCs I'm actually concerned about right now
Jeremy.
is Lily, because I'm not sure if Lily actually wants to be with you all at all.
I don't think she minds my character. She always hugs me.
No, but she physically has no choice but to be with the party,
Yeah,
because whenever she tries to leave, you all physically stop her.
a scooper.
So, um, also the fact that Lily and Lila have a similar name was not related. It was just by chance.
I was gonna ask you about
Um,
that.
yeah,
Uh,
I only realized it just now when you mentioned it, or when you mentioned Lila, and I thought we were talking about Lily. Um, no, that was not intentional, and I've had this campaign done for a little while, so to be honest, I wasn't thinking about it when I was making Lila.
Just a coincidence.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably like I was thinking, oh, what's a good name for her? You know, Lila's a solid name, and I also thought that Lily's a solid name. So
You're just like our names.
I guess
You learn something new about yourself every day.
that's right.
side
You
note,
know,
I don't know who's still watching or not, but one, I am wearing the blue moss pink tree for kind of you guys, and also a lot of it's for myself because I might forget about this in the morning.
Mood.
that's
Like
fine.
when
You
I
can
start
always
on this again, I know it's going to be early in the morning. I won't have had coffee, and I'm also going to be helping Tanner figure out his spells. So I'm not going to be vibing, but I'm going to be alive.
I highly recommend Eldritch Blast.
Heretic Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Solid said, "Oh, can I blow people up?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can. Sweet, it's mine now." Like, all right.
Yeah. So Eldritch Blast is the way that the class is designed. Uh, you basically have to have Eldritch Blast. Otherwise, you're nerfing yourself basically. which is annoying and I think is a terrible system. I think
Wha-
I've mentioned to you all in the past that I'm building my own system.
Why did I think we were talking about energy drinks for a second there? It's like,
That's-
for my defense,
Oh, I just made a
Eldritch
mistake.
Blast 100% sounds like an energy drink.
I love that.
I was about to say, well, I know I learned how to make the McDonald's iced coffee. That seems to do the trick.
I've never had coffee in my life
Really? How are you
Ah.
alive?
because I didn't drink coffee.
I got really reliant on it in college because I just didn't sleep. So, oops.
I was considering it, and then my best friend did it, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll do it too. And then she got super addicted, and
It's
I was
like we're
like,
Yeah.
talking about drugs.
I'm also the same girl who fell asleep in the common areas at 3 in the morning while studying for exams, and I had a security guard wake me up and say, "Hey, are you okay?" Like he was actually concerned about my well-being, and I cried. Those are really rough. Okay.
if that's not a mood, I don't know what it is.
What happened with me is Tim Hortons was $2 iced coffee sale. So I was like, hey, I might as well try it at $2. And then I got hooked.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
All it takes is one time.
But now I learned how to make my own. God, no.
Yeah, well, as a result of never drinking coffee, I'm always sad and depressed and feel like I'm going to die, but I also don't have to drink coffee to function in the mornings. So it's a win-win.
Hmm. Yeah. Trying to think.
I
'Cause
also can't handle the smell because most coffees smell terrible.
I will politely disagree.
You can unpolitely disagree if you like.
No, because I'm not allowed to yell right now, remember?
Oh, right. You can
This
quietly,
is
impolitely
why
disagree.
Just realized I bullseyed him. I didn't mean to bullseye this whole thing, but now that I'm looking at it, heads up, someone else might join. Is the infamous Tanner. I'm currently bribing him.
It's so late though.
He doesn't sleep till like 2 in the morning. This is normal.
I have to wait for my dad to come home from the field.
It's fair.
But like, I don't know if he's home yet because I don't know if the light I'm watching is.
Okay.
Can I
What?
just say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go first.
Oh, no, it was entirely off topic, please.
Okay. Mine's off topic too. So, my dad's fantastic at making iced coffees because he's an espresso machine. So when I got home from work, he's like, "Hey, daughter, I love you. I made you coffee." I'm like, "Oh, thank you, father dearest." That was the
That's
actual
adorable.
conversation, word for word. But
That's
what he made was
adorable.
a caramel. I know, right? It's very adorable. Caramel chocolate mix, which is it was very delicious. But if you add Coca Cola, it would have tasted like a paralyzer. Oh, that and vodka or rum. So basically, I had the
Nice.
caffeinated version of a non-alcoholic paralyzer, and frankly, it made me miss the college days.
I
And
didn't
even
drink it.
I drank like 4 times in total, and it was really fun. So,
I
Um,
drank once and you know how that went.
hey, everybody at home, I want to remind you that she lives in Canada.
Canadian, it's legal to drink at 18. 19 next week. It's fantastic.
I don't know what the laws are in Canada, but that for legal reasons, they're capable of drinking legally for legal reasons.
Canada, once you turn 18, you are legally an adult and you can drink.
Oh,
and
that's a good system.
taxes.
Yeah, we have to wait till we're 21.
Oh,
Idiots. You fools.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't like the smell of coffee, or not coffee, alcohol either.
Oh no, I
so-
hate to drink too. I hate the idea of not being in control of my body.
I think,
I
okay,
wanna-
the one time I got very drunk. I was with Tanner. He was staying at the night at my dorm. Oh god, you're idiots. We went down to the common area and decided, you know what's fun? I still have an entire bottle of vodka left. Let's go get some Monster and see what happens. Now, please note that this was a very poor decision on my part. I really shouldn't have done it, and I know that. But at the time, I had no self-preservation. I was ready to just to go at it.
Oh no.
Don't do that. I was very sick.
Um, I am glad I don't have the choice to drink, because I feel like either this choice I'd make, I'd regret. Um, I'd regret not taking the chance, and I'd also regret doing it.
I sound like
And
an absolute alcoholic. I realize that, but I promise I'm not.
well, my family has a long line of addiction.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not get involved in that. Uh, so, but I just want to be careful around that kind of thing.
Well, it's
Okay.
also like knowing yourself and knowing.
Addiction is something you have to take very seriously.
Yeah.
I don't like to joke if I really don't, so just cautious. Addiction is mostly you can come back from it, but it is never an easy journey.
Yeah, and I want to get drunk once to know what it feels like, and then I never want to get drunk again.
You feel dizzy. You don't know what's happening the entire time. You're always very dizzy the entire time. It's not that fun.
I want to get drunk once to know
But
what
you're
it's
also a lot more relaxed too. That's what I found. I'm a lot more relaxed when I'm unfortunately intoxicated.
and like, don't worry, I'm not saying like, oh, you should never drink. Um, but uh, but like for me personally, like I fully respect your choice to drink. You know, you do you.
Mm.
I
Okay.
personally am not probably going to make that decision.
That's fair. That's your personal choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, do what you want to do.
Also, Fluffy Teriyaki the Fox, who is in chat, hello, how are you doing? Said, what are your thoughts on Rocket Man the movie?
I haven't
Who?
watched it.
I've
I
never.
know.
Oh,
I don't.
I know biopics follow a very stagnant uh formula, so it reduces very unique bands, very unique people into like the same basic, disregarding their individuality and what special. I can't tell if you can hear me or not.
Yeah,
I can
we,
hear you. I'm vibing. I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay.
concentrate. Not sure what this tree is turning out to be, but you know what? I'm enjoying it.
yeah, just embrace it.
That's art for you. Enjoying it, that's all that really matters in the end.
Art is less about being able to draw a pretty picture and more about being able to argue that something should be considered art.
I mean, it's pretty delicious, right? Pretty fantastic.
That's the weirdest thing I find about art because, like, to answer your question, I've never seen Rocket Man. I've never heard of Rocket Man. But thank you for hopping in chat. How are you doing?
Loki sounds like Sonic. I'm sorry. If
Um,
I didn't shave for a month and I just spray painted my legs blue, I could cosplay Sonic.
no, you could cosplay the original version of Sonic from the movie.
I'm making a BDG reference. Just might get it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I love Brian David Gilbert. as an art major, the fact that art is so unstable is both very comforting and very terrifying.
Welcome to the void. We love you all.
Well, like my goal is to make video games one day.
Ooh, we have to do that.
Nifty.
Second,
You said you're interested in the arts and like pursuing a job in the arts, like which yeah, for obvious reasons, yes. But you didn't tell me about the video games. I thought you were going for like more a voice actor thing.
well, the dream is if
Why
I
not
could get
both?
the dream is if I could get everything to go my way, I would own a game company, and I would be a lead voice actor, and also the lead director for voice acting on those
Make
projects.
Nintendo run for the money.
Say again.
Not even kidding. Make Nintendo run for the money.
Uh, Nintendo
Make the
already
next,
runs for their money. They do a very
make
good job.
the next Breath of the Wild.
I have a lot of really cool ideas, but the problem is I am willing to like do the art. I'm willing to learn how to build models. I'm willing to do anything. The one thing I'm not really able to do is program. And that's like the one thing I need to know how to do.
Get that
There
middle
are a
school
lot of
guide I
free
told you about.
there's a lot
Well,
of free programming courses online, and I've taken a few. I quite enjoyed it, and I picked up some good skills. So you know what?
I,
Free
I have
programs.
I've tried to pick up a few, but at the same time, I don't work very well with them. I struggle a lot with them, and I don't find them enjoyable in any sense. Um,
That's fair. They're boring as hell.
yeah, and I I have tried. It's just very difficult.
Mhm.
So that's actually one of the reasons I kind of started pursuing internet creation because I figured if I wanted to kind of get down that route, a good way would be to like get my name out there with making content.
That's true.
Um, and as a result of, I mean, obviously, I'm not doing a great job of that, but
No, you
um,
actually are. You don't sell yourself short, buddy.
but it's been fun making content. I've been making content for about 4.5 months now. Um, and most of that was every day. I just recently started taking a break because I know I'm not going to be able to keep that up in college. But I think that the more useful skill I can bring out in these videos, because I can't make a video game for every video. That'd be cool, but I can't. But what I can do is I can voice act in every video, and that's what I've been trying to do. So if I can eventually get a single gig with voice acting, I think that'll be more than enough to at least have something to put on my resume, you know? And right
There's a
now
lot of like indie games that are always looking for voice actors, though. So you should look at that.
I would, but I do not have a good enough mic.
Oh, even then, like if you can prove that your voice is good, they might be willing to overlook the mic thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Well,
then they could send you
Never,
the equipment.
never know, or never try, never know, right?
yeah. Honestly, the most impressive voice I can do
Is this one, because this isn't edited digitally. This is natural.
I've had a
Ooh.
lot of people in the past come up to me. What the fuck? um, I've had a lot of people when I did it online, just like, okay, what kind of voice changer are you using so I can find it? I'm like, I'm not using one. They're like, bullshit. You're using a voice changer. Which one? Um, and I can change voices so rapidly that sometimes that makes it seem like I'm using a voice changer. Um, so as a result, like because of the way I can modify my own voice, it comes off as I'm basically cheating, which I'm not. Um, because sometimes you get characters like this, deep voice, a little bit of accent to it, and you got a character right there. And then
I'm not
sometimes
saying
you
it in frustration. I'm saying because I art.
Fair. And then
So,
sometimes
side
go
note,
really high and high pitched.
pictures? They're hard.
Yeah.
I don't even know what my signature is. Lately, it's just been this. Signature. It's more like that.
By the way,
Like,
do you
I
have
actually longer.
any social media that you'd like to plug, either of you, for this?
Uh,
Unfortunately, I'm a loser, so
I have a Wattpad that I very rarely update.
Do you have a
And
DeviantArt?
I do have a DeviantArt. It's, let me check. I think it's Eternal Eclipse 28, but I need to check now because I haven't been on there in a hot minute.
Okay.
I posted something last month, but that's about it.
And then also, what's your Tumblrs? There we go.
uh,
If you want to
I-
plug that, if not, I understand.
No, I will, but that's only if you guys want to follow Absolute Curses. 'Cause that's my
I
Tumblr.
mean-
It's a curse.
for some
I-
reason, like hard popped up on my Tumblr, so I'm not sure if I'm an account people should follow.
Well, I figured that I gotta thank you all for like doing this, and I don't know if we're at the end of this or kind of
Oh,
towards
you're
the
not
end.
getting at that. You're not getting at this.
But I figured that the least I can do is kind of let you all plug yourselves a little bit.
Oh god, I spelled that already. Ta-da.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll leave that up for a little bit. Please know if you do follow my Tumblr, Suspicious Toads, I will call you out and I will demand monthly bone payments. There are no exceptions. You will give
Mon-
me bones.
Monthly what payments?
Monthly bone payments.
Sorry, I didn't lose any bones this month. Can I just pay you double next month?
It's okay, show me the bones of your greatest enemy. Because as we all know, good bones are marinated in malice.
I
I've
mean,
been
I gave you a button. I feel like that should have paid for at least a few years.
No, that paid for 2 months. Nice try.
All right. How do I send you Redbubble stuff then? That way I can pay for it
Red-
just with stickers because
Sorry, did you say Red Bull or Red Bubble? Because if you send me Red Bull, I still will drink it. I am desperate.
Redbubble. Um, Listen, okay. I would send you the bones of my enemies. I just can't get them because that involves social interaction.
Oh, gross.
So I can't.
I don't know how to draw trees. Trees that are close up work for how this guy's sitting. Because, like, okay, if there's a tree here, there's going to be an obvious gap. That's fine. But I'm struggling on how to make the gap, like, obvious, or should it be better? I don't know.
You should
It
just
is
make
almost
that
midnight.
a shadowed area of the tree because remember the tree is also has depth around.
This is the wrong layer. Well, that was the right layer. Oh god, why did it... Oh, no wonder. Never mind. I'm just an idiot. It's fine.
Me too, though.
Okay.
So what you may want to do instead is just make that a shadowed tree part. You know.
So you texted me on Tumblr. The schwump noise. I can only assume that's you.
Well,
But no
it's
response thing has me suspicious now.
yeah, it's certainly not me.
Are you sure? It could have been you.
Listen, I haven't gone on Tumblr in a few years. I don't want to go back on that old account.
Like my first post on Tumblr was actually like a moth post, but the context was that I accidentally killed a moth. I didn't mean to, but I felt so terrible about it. I had a tiny funeral for it. This was years ago, but I felt so terribly guilty about this one moth. Oh god. It had a whole funeral on Tumblr. No one saw it, which, fair, it's a moth, but yeah, that's where I was a few years ago. Feeling guilty about a moth.
Honestly, like I feel that like emotionally, I'm kind of on that level too.
I think it's because what even was the context? I was trying to get to a light and I swatted it and accidentally killed it in that single spot. One shot it.
One
And then
punch.
I just
Yeah.
had the realization of, oh god, he only wanted one thing. In his simple, short life, he wanted one thing and I just took that from him. Like I just took his life.
You
So
you
now I
don't
feel very
you
guilty.
don't know what he wanted. He
Moth,
could
he
have
was
been
kind of
planning to throw that lamp at you. That
You know
could have
what?
been Super
I
Moth, and you
could have
saved your
just
own life.
stopped a whole ass murder. You're right.
Yeah, yeah, that's fucking right.
I know this over.
Can I just say that I'm excited about tomorrow, and I'm not excited about the next morning. But
Oh yeah.
I'm excited for tomorrow's session because tomorrow is the last day I'm in this house, and then the next day I move out to
Hmm.
go back to the dorms. Which is why I'm streaming today. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have streamed. But on Friday, when I would do my second stream every week, I
Hmm.
am going to be moving. I'm going to be in the middle of that process. So, um,
All right, I'll
You
text you memes.
you're so
Memes
lucky
is
you get to
cool.
go back to res. I miss residence.
listen, it's gonna last for like a week, and then they're gonna send us all home.
Because I was at the COVID parties. That's a thing, by the way. COVID parties.
Yeah, those people are idiots. I'm not here to make a political statement, but like if you do like a COVID party, get the fuck out of my chat. Like, get the fuck out. I'm not talking to you. Like, you're fucking actively murdering people, whether you realize it or not.
Side note, masks are meant to protect other people. Not They are meant to protect yourself, but other people is also a concern. As in case none of you have realized, we live on a planet that is largely populated by humans. So please put in an effort to keep some of us alive. That would be much appreciated.
And if you think that it quote limits your breathing, remember that an asthmatic woman won a 10K race with a mask on. One of these types of masks.
I saw one thing funny. It's like, how come if people are so upset about the carbon dioxide they're breathing in masks, just imagine how upset they'll be when they learn about the environment.
Well, they're not wrong.
Oh God! Like
What happened to
fucking
2020?
fucking
Like, are
people.
we in a whole other reality? Like, what's happening?
How long have we been streaming for?
We are at uh in 2 minutes we'll be at 3 hours.
I'm suffering. I don't know how to draw a tree, apparently.
I feel that.
This thing. I want to have this like a little bit of like a Celtic vibe. Because, I actually am
Ooh.
quite good at Celtic art. The Celtic art style. That is part of my heritage.
I
But
am my grandma is 100% Irish, and I've been to Ireland a few times. I
I
fucking
think if
love
I
it there.
start with a few knots, and then I can go from there.
Yeah, if you have some knots like weaving into each other.
Yeah. I also need to make sure that there's one like whole ass tree trunk right here. So it's gonna be mostly covered in moss though, so I can't have too much detail there. In general, I am trying to make this perfect right off the bat, which is unrealistic because nothing is perfect right off the bat. But that is still a thing I very much struggle with. So,
Yeah,
that's how
by
it's
the
going
way,
right
if you need to take a break from art after lots of art, feel free to just wait on Lila's. Like, no worries. And also, let me send you those details for her.
now.
What details
Art
do you
is
need?
both a relaxing and not relaxing experience for me. I love art because I can be creative. It also means I have to face the reality that no, you can't be perfect at everything, and here's a hard truth that no, you're not perfect.
I feel that.
Which is a tough bullet to bite, but it's a bullet that I still gotta bite.
So what details about Lila do you need to know?
Wait, can you
Um,
guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you. I think a lot of things I need to. Did she just leave?
Welcome back.
I can't tell if she left or not.
She left, but she came back, but I can't hear her now.
I think her mic just died. That
Hmm.
or she lost Wi Fi, which is entirely possible.
Yeah.
Wi Fi sometimes is just quite rude.
I remember you mentioned that you needed her eye color.
Yeah. So things like eye color, hair color, facial features, body figure would be much appreciated.
Oh, I can hear you guys now.
Hello.
Even though I may have to hit the hay soon, my dad's back from the field.
Okay. Tell him I say howdy.
Okay, I shall.
Make sure to
Thank
do
you.
a flip.
I can't do a flip, I'd hurt myself. Do you, who would be the weirdly sexual character in D&D?
Oh my god.
If I
The
Miss.
I
unconscious.
really
I can't do that.
I don't mean to be uncomfortable. I really thought, no, my characters are different, but then they just both became tops, and I didn't mean for that to happen.
Like I think the concept of each of them were different, but they're they just kind of became the same.
It's because I'm playing them simultaneously.
Um that's fair.
Or maybe I'm just a terrible actress.
No. No.
That makes the most sense.
Uh that's also the quickest
So
conclusion.
sweet.
Yeah. Because it's common sense.
No, it's sense that you put
I
in the
know.
coin
Maybe
machine.
my next character will skateboard. That'll be their thing.
That'll be a hell of a change. Um you know, I need to start sending uh the dick pics I used to send again.
What?
And don't worry, they're not actual dick pics. They're
Okay, I
the
was
animal.
worried.
I've sent you some before. They're the animal dick
Oh, right. That was a fun meme.
because they're so cute. So here's my drawing of her, but you are free to use that or not use that. I do not care. You can simply just take that and run with it because I'm intrigued on how you'll go with it.
I'm not gonna show you this sketch I had for right now because I want that to be a surprise.
Okay.
But I hope you'll like it. I
I'm
really hope you do.
positive I will.
Okay, you know, this
Um,
tree is making good progress. I quite like that right now. You know, my original plan for this guy was to have him sitting in front of a fire holding the baby, and then I realized that requires me to draw every other person in the party, and I just didn't want to do that just yet. So here we are.
I mean, you wouldn't have to do that. It could just be a night sky, and you could show like tents.
Yeah, but you have to think about how it looks in general. Like, there's gonna be like it's gonna look like a faraway shot, and this is meant to be like an in detail show of their character, right?
Yeah.
So faraway shot that doesn't really have the oomph I wanted to have.
Okay.
No, that making sense. I have no idea if it is.
Um, it's funny. I've only played two different campaigns this summer. Yours and a one shot,
Oh, nice. I'm glad you're proud of it.
and the other one I played, I was playing a raging chaotic evil character who was obsessed with making everything dance forever.
It's wholesome.
Well, not really, because you
I
would
didn't.
dance.
Okay,
You would
didn't mean
dance
the whole
if you
song.
wanted to
Okay.
or not.
Oh, there's very little context for this. I meant to say that sounds horrible, but at the same time, Tanner texted me saying, "I go sleep now. Love you." So
That is,
wholesome.
yeah. Well, her thought process was, if you dance, you'll never die. Um, and so she was trying to like keep everyone alive forever, immortality. Um,
If you die dancing, then I guess you're free. That's not how it works, but I commend you for trying.
she's never seen someone die dancing. So her whole thing was like, I want to make everyone dance forever. And the only continual thing I've seen across every death that I've witnessed is the sun. So I will make the sun no more.
I mean, fair.
And I was playing first edition of D&D, and it was so chaotic, but we got in a puzzle, and I was really trying to keep like the whole dancing thing secret from the rest of the party. I don't know why. And we all got caught by a huge octopus, and I forced it to dance with magic. Um and like it released all of us. It was so great. And there's this fantastic photo of but she might be the most chaotic character I've ever played, because her whole thing was like dance or die.
Honestly, that is equally horrible, and I love it so.
Um,
My most chaotic character was a campaign that's technically still happening, but just on hold right now. Two gnomes in a trench coat. But here's the thing. The I've said this multiple times. I will still say it as my best character I've made to date. The whole thing is there's the one genius gnome. I say that with freaking air quotes. I can word, I promise. He had a brother who, in a tragic accident, has lost most of his ability to think. He is really not much more than like a pack mule that can kind of think for itself. Like he'll eat on his own, he'll sleep on his own. Sometimes he can go to the bathroom on his own. But apart from that, like he needs to be told where to walk, whatever. That's the dumb brother for you. He's not really dumb, but that's what everyone else called him. So that kind of became his name, which I still feel bad about. But the other gnome is kind of just a jackass, and he hated his brother. But he also felt obligated to care for him because he's the only person he has left. In a horrible turn of events, his idea was, well, I can technically care for him, but he can also be my ride because I don't want to walk everywhere. But I don't want to be looking like a fool, so two gnomes in a trench coat.
by the way, is this the campaign where Ring is DMing?
No, actually, Ring is the ending campaign.
I don't know.
No, it's actually with Game Club from RUC.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, I know that for a while Ring was doing something. Um,
He mentioned that he was trying. I know he's got a lot of stuff going on in his life right now, and maybe he's struggling to handle it, which I know what life is a bitch sometimes. I get
Yeah.
that.
life be like that.
Hopefully things
Um,
okay, though. He really is a good friend.
yeah,
I just wish
I
more than
absolutely love Ring. Ring has I've fully invited Ring to the Carnage mode.
did you?
Um, it's just I know that Ring's busy. Uh,
I've got life being him in the butt.
life's a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I probably should not have played as much D&D this summer as I did. And probably dealt with my mental issues.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I love D&D so much.
Good. It wasn't more. It wasn't like nothing. It's a really
Yeah,
good way to hang out, relax, and sometimes your brain just needs that time to recoup.
yeah, but I also did summer classes, so I didn't actually get that.
Hmm.
All of my time was summer classes or D&D. Ooh, I'm really liking this tree.
Thank you. Take away the moss colors. This looks pretty good.
Man, you know, I should have been a lot more responsible with my time this summer.
Good. If you're only gonna live once, you might as well make the most of it, right? So
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're only gonna live once, you should probably take care of yourself.
I still firmly believe that, you know what, if you're taking care of your mental health somewhat, and that's the best you can do right now, then take that.
I agree, which is why I'm criticizing myself.
Criticizing me, I'm offended.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm criticizing myself.
That's even worse.
How is that worse? No.
I'm still thinking about that horrible, horrible accident I did for the. Thought Lilo had a child and just didn't want to admit it. And the more I think about it, I think I was actually copying someone who I knew in college, and that actually was kind of their voice. And I think I accidentally made fun of them without realizing it.
You know, impersonation is the highest form of flattery.
Oh my god, you're so right. Like, ugh, wow.
You need to look up Martin Short because Martin Short. Oh, w- we uh, we are we're just chatting about things. Sorry, somebody hopped in chat and asked what you're working on. We're just doing things, just doing some art.
I just realized. Oh, this is bad. But I just realized just left. Like, I just saw her text now. So,
Oh,
I
uh,
appreciate you.
oh, yep.
I know why was Equalizer here? I never asked that. I forgot
again?
to. Why is Equalizer here? Other account.
Oh, that's my other account because I don't have the stuff set up to stream on this one.
Okay, that's fair.
Um, and I was having trouble setting stuff up, so I just pulled up another computer. And don't worry, once this is over, you can ban it.
No, I'm not worried. I'm not gonna ban it. I don't care if you're here. I just need to make sure it's not someone else that I have to.
Okay, no, that is me. That is me. Um,
I was not expecting to have another like 2 people in 1 week during the campaign. No lie there.
yeah. Don't
A sudden shock.
don't worry. The um, yeah, I can imagine the frustration you're having. Wait, I have
It's
a
not
question.
so much. Yeah, what's up?
Oh no, please go ahead.
Not so much frustration. It's just I wasn't expecting it, and I don't do well in situations where I'm not prepared for it. That's the fun part of being a low-key control freak.
Well, I feel like your style of DMing doesn't tend well to lots of new players. My
No,
style of
it work though.
well, I mean, plus you're still learning, and that's important. To keep in mind, to not overload
I'm still
yourself.
learning.
So when I was at like still like 2,000 hours of experience, so I still had a lot. My I used to run a gaming club back at my old school. I was the
Mhm.
president. That was my whole thing. That was my personality. Uh, and so you know, I'm not that good at games, but I was the dungeon master, and so everyone kind of knew me as the dungeon master. And we would play every week, and slowly the group built to like a solid 12 people every session, and it was like, oof. But they worked really hard, and they got to the final boss room, and that was the last session before Christmas break. Um, And so I was excited about it. They were excited about it. But turns out they happened to schedule our last session or our last time before Christmas break the same day as like basically teacher work, like a special event where they had to have basically all the school. We got one room and they didn't tell us this beforehand.
Oh, that's mean.
And so I set up all these different tables. I had like 20 minutes heads up. So I set up all these different tables with all these different games, and everyone walked in and started putting all the tables together. And I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" Keep in mind, I have built my own D&D system,
Mhm.
and the entire purpose of it was so that you can build characters quickly and efficiently, and they come out as characters that you genuinely want to play. Because character creation takes way too much time.
That's true. I spent too long on that.
But even with Aurora Builder,
Aurora is nice. It does a lot of stuff for me, which I do appreciate.
um, but like I at one point sat down for 6 hours and fleshed out a character, um, for a campaign
Good job.
that I played. Yeah, it was a fun character. I enjoyed it. Um, but you know that should not take that long, to be frank. Um, so I built this system, and it just works very simply. It's a lot less time in the beginning, and it's a little bit of time as you continue on, a little bit more than D&D, but that's okay because it's still less time overall. Um, well, everyone sat down and started pulling up pieces of paper and began building characters. And I was like,
That's
"Oh,
painful.
okay, so this is a bit bigger group for the boss fight, so I need to pump up the boss's health a little bit." And then we had the biggest gaming club we'd ever had show up.
Awesome
Ex-
though.
Excluding myself and the vice president, we had 28 people,
Wow,
and
that's pretty good.
everyone, literally everyone, chose to play D&D.
That's quite wholesome.
It was awesome, but 28 people
Tables together, didn't
deciding to
you?
play D&D, and like 16 of them are all level 1. So turns turned into, what do you want to do? Don't know, skip. And that's what it turned into.
Okay, no
Just
lie though. How many people am I even DMing now? I actually have to count. Think.
um 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, but that's including one of the new people who I don't know if they're gonna join because it, you know.
I don't know what's happening with Robo. I know he's interested. I don't know if he's interested at the point of playing and would just rather watch and socialize, which I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah,
Really don't.
just make sure to just like probably DM him soon and basically be like, hey, here's the situation. What do you want to do?
You know, like I'm really glad you feel comfortable enough that you want to be hanging around us and you want to just observe and like see how you feel, test the waters. That's cool. However, this is also a campaign where you really do need to be more active, not demanding that you put in like hours and hours of time. That's not a you job. That's a me job. But I do ask that you try and prepare a little bit, and like just be like ready for okay. So I might have to, I don't know, plan for a random encounter, plan for an attack. How would my character react for that? Or that's not making too much sense. I realize that.
No, you're good.
It's more just that if you're going to be here, I would really want you to be active and part of this. So the whole point of
I
D&D is
think Ring is a good exception to that though, because Ring has had some rather specific things.
Ring, Ring is definitely an exception. Also, he is technically co-DM. He's been helping me out a lot.
That's
So
good.
I'm not gonna go out and like, hey, you need to be part of this. Like, no, you're plenty part of it. You're helping me so much. You don't even have to.
Sorry, that looks like a face and it makes me happy. It looks like a little derpy face and that makes me happy.
Nice. But by the way, thanks for being so patient. I'm a first time DMer and you've been so patient with me and is beyond appreciated.
Listen, every DM has to start somewhere. I'm just glad that you're willing to like try to DM because that's not something that a lot of people are willing to give a shot, and I can respect anyone who at least give us a shot. Like, I get it if it doesn't work out, but like
It is
I
hard
want to,
to
I
lie.
want to, I want to play more. My problem as a DM is, so my personal mantra is every DM should play as much as they DM. And obviously, I understand that for a lot of DMs, it's not possible. Whether
Me
that be just life or whatever, and I understand that, but like, I don't think that you know. I feel like you need to understand the player's mindset whenever you're DMing.
doesn't mean you have to sacrifice being a player.
Exactly. Unfortunately, in my situation, it's turned into I've DM'd over 3,000 hours. I've probably played like 100 at most. That's not exactly good, but
No.
anyway.
Yeah. I
Um,
definitely missed the one shots that my game club hosted. That was some fun shit. We got into a lot of mischief. The most successful bard managed to seduce the head
oh
boss's
no.
sister, an entire group of succubi, and the captive angel. This was bars out hell, by the way. Anyone knows that that's awesome, but
Oh yeah, like that's how you got to do it.
yeah,
That's how
bars
it
out.
be.
I was vibing. I was doing really good. I had the highest Fox score basically. It was fantastic.
I've only ever played a bard once, and I feel like I cheated without I cheated while still following all of the rules. So the DM rolled for my stats, and I couldn't see them. And the only stat that was below a 15 was strength, and that was like a 6. And that's fine. I don't care. Um bards don't need strength.
Mhm.
So I
Strength is a dumb stat.
yeah, and as a result, like I started out really OP. Um and the party, it was a tournament grounds, and I walked in and I decided to be like, "Oh, I'm going to go buy some equipment." And I was the only player that rolled for my gold.
Oh shoot.
And I chose a noble background. I had like 200, 400 gold, and I walked in
That
and I bought two super powerful magic swords.
I would say you're
Um,
more prepared than anyone else in that case.
yeah, and because of all my high stats, um, everything worked out just so perfectly that when I walked into, like, I had the higher strength, or I had the higher constitution than the barbarian. All my stats were higher than everyone else's except for strength. Um, and I literally won the tournament by myself. And the DM pulled me aside and said, "Hey, can you stop playing?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine."
That's fair.
Because I followed the rules. I did everything as exactly as it should have been, but because I did just perfectly, I broke the world. I don't think I'll ever like reach that level of just like fuck you energy again, but I'm glad I did once.
That is valid. How's this tree looking? Definitely not done, but it's not bad.
I'm really
You
enjoying
know
this
what?
tree.
You know what? Not bad. I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna go back and fix the baby's legs. Like something is still off. I think it's just his position is what getting me. I might go back and have to fix that later, but that is a tomorrow issue. Not
That's
tonight.
fair. Um, and the person in chat says it looks great.
I have no idea who that is, but thank you very kindly, love. This is what your one and only art stream.
Yeah, so far. I might do more in the future, but
Hey, if you ever want to have me draw more weird ass characters, hit me up. I'm happy to help.
I mean, I am 100% down for it. If you're ever like in a mood to draw something and just want to chat, just let me know and I'll set up a stream and we can just chat.
I'm
Because
often in that mood, so don't you worry.
the great part about that is, I could just we can have a conversation with chat. Um, and chat's usually pretty chill, so that's good.
That is
Uh, Also, once a month, I always try to do like a pride stream, like
ooh,
LGBT pride stream. And for some reason, those are always the successful ones. Like the main successful ones are like whenever I sit back and I'm just like, you know what? I'ma just chill. I'ma just let life do its thing. That's when it's successful for some reason.
I mean, everyone wants those chill vibes. It's 2020. No one's chill. We crave the chill vibes. Let's be fair.
Yeah. And I'm just glad we can I'm happy with the energy we've created in the studio today.
Watch too much TikTok, and you know it.
Say it one more time.
Watch too much TikTok.
Oh, please. I don't I totally didn't memorize one of the songs today.
That's fair. Okay, you know what? Not too bad. Not bad at all. I think I, in doing all these lines, I did lose the tree root that I had. So I either gotta make that thicker or thick can I make you actually? Thicker. The problem is I have to make the rest of the tree thicker, and there's a certain point where thickness becomes too much.
Yeah, extra thick.
Too much extra thickness. So I'll play around. We'll see. Art. Most of it is just you fucking about.
For reference, I didn't fully memorize this, so I'm pulling up the lyrics just to be sure that I can properly say it.
This is out of context. Well, not out of context. This is off topic, but remember that owl movie, Guardians of Gahul?
Guardians of what?
Ooh. Okay, I gotta find a picture. Hang on.
No, I don't know if I have. Uh,
Okay, well, songs was Owl City, which is Take to the Sky. I think. Hang on.
Owl
Guardians
City, isn't that the band that did like Fireflies?
Mhm. I have like the entire book series. Frankly, I loved the movies. I wish they had done more. It was just it was very good, very wholesome. Story was a bit, but you know what? You work with what you got. It doesn't help that there's like I think 15 some odd books, and they had to put a lot of that into one movie.
Oh,
The books are really short, so it could work, but they missed out some chunks that I think could have been in there.
it sounds like it should be a TV show, and then each book is an episode.
Hmm. Yeah. So this.
I love how the baby is still there.
This one? Oh, she's
No, no,
just so.
no. No, I mean that the baby drawing.
I just noticed that now. I'm like, oh, yeah. Honestly, I've gotten so used to her just existing that I've kind of tuned her out visually. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
a good one.
I've never seen it, but it looks cool.
Pretty good. I think it's on Netflix or Disney Plus, so yeah, give it a watch. It's cute.
All right. Well, here's the TikTok sound that I mostly memorized today. So perhaps you have simply forgot what you signed. Honestly, did you not read the colony policy that defines you as company property, that waivers your say and autonomy? The conglomerates got you in lock and key. We put the dollar back in idolatry. If
Isn't that
you're
Hamilton?
upset, then you can rent an apology. Say again?
It's Hamilton, right?
No, it's not.
That had Hamilton vibes. Oh no.
If you're upset, you can rent an apology. We are a family forged in bureaucracy. There's no I in team, but there's a con in economy. Were you expecting fun? Were you hoping for adventure? My friend, you're indentured, and pleasure's exempt from your tenure. So venture back down to your slum. It's provided at generous prices. Your worth is determined by your sacrifices. A small term of service when down on the surface. Interments of freebie that comes with the purchase. And that's the TikTok sound. I'll send you the song. It's a good song. But no, it's a fan made song
I
about
know
a
what you're meaning, but it gave me bad vibes.
huh. All right. Also, I've been like every day I've listened to that song you sent. You were like, this has hardcore Lila vibes, and now I can't unhear it.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is potential spoilers. But the TV show Tangled the series, I initially thought was going to be one big cash grab. Make the little kids happy, then they love
Yeah.
it, right? It's not. It has a really good story. It is. Oh God, they actually did such a good job to the point where I am rewatching it because I keep going back and I'll see things I just didn't see the first time, and I'm still amazed. It's so good, and the songs are wonderful. The villains actually have relatable. They have very good backstory, and you make you feel bad for them. Which I think is really hard to do, and if you do it successfully, good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tangled series, give it a watch. It's really good.
I'll
Even if
consider
you don't want to watch it, just listen to the music.
that one song is pretty fucking jam. Not gonna lie.
I sent you as a cover, so that's not the original song, but the original is still pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, I went back and listened to the original. I prefer the version you sent.
That's fair.
Oh, gotta said sip. Listen, I understand what you want, but at the same time, it is very nice to be able to just sit and chill and conversate about like it's so practically it feels rare that we can have a chat about Tangled the series. I know it's not, but like it feels rare with all that's going on in the world. The, do you disagree?
No, with everything that's happening right now, most conversation topics are around like, oh, did you hear what this president did, or did you hear what happened in this country? Like it's all very dark, depressing, and stressy.
By the way, speaking of which, did you hear what happened? um, ooh, that's a nice shade for it.
Dark color, it's just for the moss. I'm just doing a test run. I wanted to cover the lines, but I don't think. Yeah, it has to go really dark, and I don't want that dark. I need to be able to. Okay, I need to cover the lines so I can get the moss texture. If I put down like a background base, how would that look? Hey, you were saying something. I kind of cut you off. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just commenting on the fact that our world is fucked. That's all.
I don't think our world is fucked. I think it's more just we don't know how to handle it properly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Our
That-
first reaction is, oh no, the world's ending. When really the world's not ending, it's just this is a big scary thing that we don't know how to handle.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna draw on the Lebanon explosion, which is a very serious topic by the way. They're dealing with 4 major crises at once, and it is hard. Our first reaction was, oh no, another bad thing in 2020, and then went straight to like the moping area almost. Does that make sense? Our first reaction was pity. It wasn't for them, it was for ourselves. That's what I found. At least that's what I saw on Twitter. A lot.
Interesting. Yeah.
I don't know. It just made me wonder, like, okay, cool. Is this where we're heading? Because I'm not sure I'm a fan.
Like while I understand the vibe that people are pointing to, it just the focus shouldn't be on ourselves. Even if it feels like the whole world's crumbling in around us, and it really does.
That's
That's
true. You know
where our
what? It
focus
does.
should be. And I understand for anyone at home who's watching this and like, it feels like life is crumbling around you. I understand. I'm right there with you. It really does feel like the world is kind of ending. But at the same time,
The important thing is it's not.
yeah. And the world as we know it is ending. But
Welcome to the
change,
era of change, baby. It is
yeah.
terrifying, isn't it?
Gosh, why does change keep have to come in here? Like, I just cleaned the carpet.
What's that one thing Gandalf said? Actually, need to find the quote because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Gandalf? Fly, you idiots?
This is a little off-topic note, but my car is actually named Gandalf the Sexy. So the whole thing was that my dad, okay, when we first got my car, my dad was like, "Oh yeah, like it's a really nice car, like it's supercharged, it goes super fast. So just why don't you call it sexy?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's fun, but that's basic." And then I thought, you know what, Gandalf is pretty powerful. This is a powerful car. It's Gandalf. Dad jokingly suggested Gandalf the Sexy. I loved it and I ran with it, and he hates it so much that if I ever say it like to this day, he just groans. It is amazing. It's been 3 years and it still works.
Gandalf
That's the
is
story of
like,
how I continually piss my dad
uh,
off.
Goddess says, you shall not pass.
It was something about people who don't want to wait for time to change. Gandalf quotes. It was. I found it on Tumblr, and here it is. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. That is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. And I think that's very, very important. We
Damn,
don't get a choice in what we live through. We do get a choice in how we react. And I hope we can react better in the future.
because clearly the world is how it is right now. It's not reacting well at all, and we can.
I think it's more
We have
just
the
that
option to react well.
yeah, we're also getting bombarded with a major global crisis, pandemic. Media is not helping at all. If anything, it's fear mongering, and I don't like it. It's more
Ev-
maybe it's more the trauma that we keep getting hit with so many things so hard so fast that we don't have the time to process before we have to move on to another tragedy.
And
Not
we've
even
never had to deal with a situation like this before.
exactly, and not even 10 years ago, a loss of 100 and not 15,000 people. A loss of that size would have been grieved for weeks, but now that's just that's another day for you. So our perspective is really warped right now because of everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So I can't say our reaction is completely like it's not a surprise.
I
It
think a lot of
is
people are on the edge of giving up.
the amount of suicide rates this year have they've gone up. They've gone up by quite a lot, and I really am sorry to see that.
Yeah.
It's not the answer. It's a short term answer, or sorry, a long term answer for a short term problem.
Goddess said our generation hasn't had to deal with a situation like this before, but look back at stuff like the Black Plague and so forth. I mean, yes, but at the same time, it's not the same. While the Black Plague really did afflict everyone, the Black Plague also moved very slowly, and so basically it centered on big areas for long periods of time, and then it moved on. And once it moved on, it didn't come back for a little while.
But those damn rats did.
Oh, fucking rats. Actually, fun fact, the Black Plague was probably caused because there was a pope that didn't like cats and so called them like demons and had people execute them in mass numbers, and as a result the rat population grew.
This is why we always love and praise our overlords, the cats. Cowards.
Like, everything but mosquitoes are important for our ecosystem. Protect them all.
I don't know, mosquitoes are good food for other bugs. Dragonflies? I
Yes,
love me
but
some
if you were
dragonflies.
to remove, so people have done studies on this because they're so annoying. The From what we can tell from all of our research, Gotta says fuck mosquitoes. I agree. Um,
Please don't
from
fuck
all
with
of
me.
from
Try
all of
that.
our research, if we were to remove mosquitoes from their ecosystems, the ecosystem would take a little bit, but it would adapt because uh, the the bugs that the mosquitoes eat would begin increasing in number, and as a result, the things that eat mosquitoes would eat those bugs instead, effectively making them repopulate and fix the environments, the ecosystems that the mosquitoes would be lost from. So we can effectively work without mosquitoes, and plus the mass numbers of diseases that they spread, like malaria.
How would that look? Oh, don't want to do that. Sorry, I am still listening. I promise. I'm also muttering to
I
myself.
understand. Maybe if you like do what you just did, but take out the blue.
Yeah, I need to. I want to finish the coloring first, and
Okay.
then I'll see. But if I do that, I'm gonna try and color the black lines like to a darker green. So I want that detail in there. I don't want it to be jarring black, you know?
Yeah. Um, Goddess says do it, but I don't remember what we were talking about when Goddess sent do it.
Get
So,
that. Okay. You know what?
uh,
Actually, not bad. Not bad at all.
oh, kill the mosquitoes. Yeah. Um, like mosquitoes eat me up so bad.
You know, when I was younger, I used to have such a terrible time with mosquitoes, but now that like I'm working at the lake, I really don't. I haven't had issues with mosquitoes at all. I don't really wear bug spray either. Just haven't been bothering me, and maybe it's because I'm not delicious anymore, which I'm fine. Trust me.
Goddess said genocide them. Oh my god.
What?
Goddess said genocide them in relation to the mosquitoes.
Oh, I can make a terribly dark joke out of that, but I think that's too
Oh,
darky for me.
I think I know what kind of joke you're talking about. Um,
World War II. Sorry, what?
what? Nothing? What? Ooh, you know what you could do that could be a little bit Celtic? So if you you know the spiral that's kind of taken over by the moss, have
Mm,
the center bits glow golden.
so what I was gonna have is the firelight like reflecting off them, so you would have like this entire front part of their face, you know, golden. I was
Oh,
thinking
okay.
because technically it's only his hair like covering this little part. This part here could be golden.
Well, I was just thinking it would like have this arcing glowing to it.
Mm.
I don't know.
So here's
I
the
don't.
worst thing. I'm actually happy with how her face looks, but I'm not happy with how her legs look and her general body. So that still bugs me.
Yeah, I understand. Um, I want to
You
give suggestions. I'm just not sure what.
know, moss, and moss is good. We love us some moss.
I do.
Side note, I will forever support the idea of moss yards. Fuck the grass that is mowing, and because a bunch of French and English people decided they had to be fancy and have their own fancy freaking garden, and I think that was stupid still.
You will not like my front yard.
You won't like my backyard either, and here we are.
No, I hate my. Oh, I mean, I love how my front yard looks. I don't actually like having to keep up with it. It's not my garden.
Oh, frick, I didn't like that.
Um, it's not my garden to keep up with, but I'm one of the main people that do. So it just be how it be.
Oh, rough charcoal, that's interesting. Oh, well, that could be fun. Don't have to worry about the texture part as much as I would have had to. That's perfect. I have no idea what I'm doing, but you know, it's something's happening here.
Literally, that's how art is made. And goddess, yes, I see your messages. I'm not reading them out because at a certain point they're just all the same message.
Isn't that
But
what Goddess said? Or
oh, Goddess is just talking about killing all the mosquitoes. And while I'm in support of it, it doesn't exactly add to the conversation.
it's a dry marker. That could be useful too.
Maybe you could have it as the undershadows near the bottom of the roots, and then at the back of the where like the roots
Oh,
connects
true.
to
But I'm
the
just
tree.
messing with colors right now and seeing what works.
Yeah.
And then I'll worry about where things go.
Oh, you know what I've been doing this week? I'm
What?
thinking about making a YouTube video about this. So you know how whenever you're working with sealant, and it's this foam sealant.
Mhm.
Yeah, that stuff is fun to carve.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Um,
So,
that's
what is the skin color?
so
Usually is.
a friend of mine foamed up their fridge, like the area where you normally put in your cup and water comes up.
Mhm.
They foamed it up because it started leaking, it started rusting and molding. Um, so they foamed it up, and so they invited me to come work with them on making it to an art piece in their fridge, which I thought was incredible. So I worked with them, and it's been, I think it was like 3 separate days. I went down to their house. Of course, we were all wearing masks. We were all being safe. Um, but oh my god, that stuff is so much fun to mess with. And I'm thinking about doing like little challenges during college, and then posting them online. Obviously, not showing my face because I I I'd rather not have my face online too much.
It's fair. I
No.
unfortunately mine is rather online because again that whole online portfolio thing.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see where you're coming from. By the way, this is very off topic, but I had someone dispute me over my website's name. Context: my website is just my name, like first name, last name. That's it. And some actress decided, you know what? No, I want my page, my website to have that name, which fair. But at that time, I had a website for up for about 3 years. So she tried to make a claim that I had stolen her website idea and name.
But that's not how websites work in the first place.
I know, but her whole thing was because she is an up and coming actress. That's where we're going. Yep. I was trying to take away her fame or something along those lines. This is very out of context, I know. I was very baffled by that.
Literally, like I can I can buy a website. If you I know it is taken, but if google.net was available, I could buy google.net and there's nothing they could do about it.
Exactly.
They could destroy me, but there's nothing they can do about me buying google.net.
If you can copyright it, it's yours. That's it. That's all.
Well, you don't even have to copyright it. If you can buy a website, it's yours.
Also, pro tip: never use just white for your eyeballs because your eyeballs aren't just white. There's like a very light cream color to it.
Interesting. And never use pitch black because nothing in nature is pitch black.
Now, like even like right now, I'm using like a very dark brown as my outline. On that,
Yeah, I was surprised on like how like natural the black looked, and I was like, oh, maybe I
because
just
I'm not
maybe
using
I
it.
need to get my eyes checked.
No, that's just because I don't like the jarring black.
I appreciate that. Uh,
Thank you.
I literally have your art on 3 of my screens at once because
Beautiful.
I had because one of them is the one I'm talking through, another one is the one I'm recording through, and the other one is my stream because
This is
I want to make sure I read the chats.
I feel very popular right now.
Yeah, yeah, you're incredibly popular.
Also, just
Um,
for context, I'm just doing color testing right now. This is not permanent at all, but I need to make sure some of the stuff works.
yeah,
I don't know, I think the skin color is okay. he never specified like what his character looked like.
Yeah.
One, yikes. It gives me a lot of freedom just to run with whatever I find. A good chunk of this is just references that I've had to find online because, shockingly enough, drawing people is very hard. Anatomy sucks. You make do with what you can.
Yeah. I have a lot of trouble just drawing a character. Uh and sometimes it comes out amazingly and sometimes it comes out just utter garbage. Um my current profile picture on Twitch is one of the ones that just came out nicely. And I don't know why or how, but it did.
Magic.
Magic.
I
That's back.
never intended to be shirtless. I really never did. And then here we are.
What I suspect happened is you drew the muscles and then didn't want to undraw the muscles.
Yeah. I mean, I could just have like a really tight shirt, and you know what? That still technically works, but it doesn't feel right.
And since it's a changeling baby, thankfully you can just do the exact same skin tone.
I don't know. I mean, I was definitely intrigued by Jess like saying, "Oh, she could be a tiefling." I was considering maybe like baby is kind of figuring out like, do I want to be tiefling? Do I want to be human? I don't know. So let's just go with both right now.
Now, base changeling form is just like eye white.
Yeah, like Solo's white. I know.
Um,
I've seen pictures. It's really creepy.
some of them are cute. Look, I enjoy some of them. Let me see if I can find any.
Go off. Where did my
Uh,
pen go? Right. There
changeling.
it is.
I'm getting used to using Firefox.
I stopped Firefox a hot minute ago.
Because like on one hand, I don't want to use Firefox, but on the other hand, Chrome takes too much of my computer.
Fair. My computer's been overheating for a while now. I'm
Um,
sure it's
I feel that. So my desktop never overheats for some reason, and then one laptop almost never overheats, and the other one always overheats.
the only piece of or electronics I have that doesn't overheat yet is my Switch.
Yeah,
Never-
I know some people have issues with their switches overheating. Um,
When is Breath of the Wild number 2 gonna come out?
I
I'm
don't
guessing
know, but I
2021, but I'm suffering.
I love it so much, and I've only seen the trailer.
Look, I joined the crew like a few years late. I only just got my Switch like a few months ago because quarantine was
Same.
hitting me hard. I love
Um,
it. It's fantastic. They did a great
it's
job. It is the definition of free world, open world, go wild.
yeah, it's literally like it's my favorite. It is one of my favorite games, and I've never played it because I have a Switch. I have no games for my Switch. I can't afford them.
That's
Um,
fair.
but my parents purchased it for me for maybe it was Christmas, maybe it was something else. But my parents purchased me a Switch, and I have one, um, which is super awesome, and I love having a Switch. I just can't play any games on it, unfortunately. I think it was Christmas. Yeah, it was Christmas.
Can you like gift other people games though? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't think so. I don't know.
'Cause
I've
if so,
been
I'm gonna gift you something.
no, no. I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what? I'll just gift you Nunjala. It's free, and it doesn't require you to have the Nintendo membership.
I caved and got Nintendo membership because I really wanted to do Animal Crossing Online.
I the what are the games I really want? I want Smash Bros, Mario Kart, and Breath of the Wild, and really other than that, everything else is just going to be what I find. Because I Mario Kart is just because like I want fun games that I can play with people. Because have I told you before? I have the Jackbox Party Pack 3. So
Mm,
if you
oh,
ever
yeah, I've
just
seen you
want
play
to
it a few times.
if you ever
Discord
want to
shows
play
you.
Jackbox, just hit me up.
Hell yeah, that was like my top game in college. It sucked, but I loved it.
Uh, this one has Trivia Murder Party. Um, it has Quiplash. I have Drawful too. Um, I have Faking It, which is my least favorite game in all of Jackbox. Um, what else? There's one other. Oh yeah, Guespionage. I love Guespionage.
Fair.
But
That's fine. Recognize the names. I don't know if I played them, but I do recognize the names.
okay, probably the most famous in that list is either Quiplash, which is just about coming up with quick quips to responses and things. Oh,
So
TKO as
Vicious
well.
Concrete, but a game.
Exactly. Um, and then there's also TKO is about making shirts. That one's really popular as well. I love that one. If I ever do merchandise, it's gonna be from TKO.
You know what? That's fair. I like that.
Like
I would like
I
a
want merchandise that my fans can be a part of and make
fish
with me.
sauce now. Peacock is a half elf. I
Okay.
need to point the ears. Shit. Okay. What kind of hair color do you think you have?
I was thinking of brown. Give me one hot second. I'm gonna go use the restroom and they'll be right back. But it should be very quick.
1 second. 1, 2, 3. Shit, he's late. She's late. I'm an idiot. What the hell is this layer? That is the layer. I like this layer. Fix your poor ears. I done fucked up. That seems elfy. That seems like an elf thing. I have elf ears. That's perfect. Is an ideal. Nope, that's too thick. Not a fan. That's elfy. That's elfy.
I am returned.
Hello.
Oh, you very nice with the ear.
I bullshitted the entire thing, and I'm very proud of it.
I apologize. I just had the natural need to. Very quickly. What were we talking about?
I have no idea. Do you want a random out of context story from today?
Sure, please do.
I am lactose intolerant. I forgot about that, and then I drank an entire cup of coffee. It had a lot of milk in it. My day was less than ideal.
Was it at least good?
It was worth the pain, but it wasn't worth losing my dignity, I don't think. Not that I had much left, but you know.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, not with the coffee, but with other things.
Mhm.
The funny thing is, I am allergic to cat hair and dog hair.
I thought you had a pet though.
I have 3 cats and 3 dogs.
Oh, sweetie.
It used to be really bad, but I've been around them my whole life. I've literally never not had a pet. And always either cats or dogs. Or turtles. But you know, so I over time I grew out of it,
Mhm.
but that was purely because of my level of exposure.
That's fair. All right, hands. The other hand. Good. My grandparents used to have a lot of cats. like farm cats. They were all outside cats.
Hmm.
Like we're talking 30 plus outside cats because someone
Oh.
dropped off a male cat that wasn't fixed, and there were like at least 15 girls. So they doubled.
That's fun.
And this was a while ago, but one of my cousins had such a bad cat allergy that if he touched a cat, he would just break out in hives. There was also a kid who loved cats, so when he found out that there were at least 30 cats here, he didn't tell his parents, but they're visiting, snuck out to the barn, and when he came back, he was just red. It was like a diseased shrimp. It was
Oh,
not
man.
good.
Also,
How
can I
dark
just
do you think this is?
um
This seems too late.
interesting. I'm gonna trust you on this. Uh, I'm very intrigued. My main thought was just kind of like a brown.
What if? Technically, he never specified on what to do with it, so I could,
Maybe.
theoretically.
I definitely agree it should be kind of a dark color.
All I'm saying is blue hair can be fun. I think in this case that might be too dark of a blue. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting perspective. Yeah, I like the direction you're taking it.
Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. Please understand that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just
Don't worry.
hoping.
I fully understand and I support you
Oh, thank
in
you.
your confusion.
Thank you kindly.
Um,
Let's see this. You know what? Red might work. I'm hoping red works. Also, side note, when you sent me your picture of Lila, my first thought was, oh, I could turn this into Lucy from Fairy Tale.
oh no. No.
But not a fan of Fairy Tale?
Not no hate towards the fairy tale community. I can definitely see the appeal, but like she
Didn't like her high pitched voice?
the writers don't really help her much.
No.
And they just kind of treat her kind of like a ditz sometimes. And she's not supposed to be a ditz.
If you read the manga, she actually was still technically is a very intelligent character. It's just, you can
Yeah,
be stupid and smart at the same time.
I just I have issue with it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like super strictly for like good writing. I also watch One Piece. Um,
Oh god.
One Piece doesn't have bad writing, but it certainly doesn't have like good writing. They
Tried
actually
to get into it. I just
recently
couldn't.
recently the quality of writing just skyrocketed, and it makes me happy.
To get new
Uh,
writers?
no, same writer it's always been, but he started writing more interesting villains.
Oh, that's weird. No. No, thank
That was cursed.
you.
Ugh.
Very cursed images. I'm very good at it.
Um, if you want a drawer like that, absolutely go for it. But that's definitely not how she's intended to be. I how I see Lila is not quite snotty, but like she walks the line with just like
My
uh,
perception of her was like the quiet, innocent one. But I also know what kind of character she actually is. not gonna say anything that might give it
For
away.
legal
So.
reasons is the quiet, the quiet innocent one. I don't really think that she's a quiet innocent person in any. I mean, she's certainly quite innocent about many things, but she's certainly when she has a strong opinion, and honestly, uh, this is true about me as well. Like I always wanted to be the quiet kid in school. Like that was the dream. Um,
Can I ask why?
I hate how loud I am. I have a naturally very booming voice, but I'm also incredibly like I'm not a booming person.
I mean, if it helps,
So
I think your voice is very nice to listen to.
thank you.
Like ASMR.
Thank you, everybody. On this episode of ASMR, we are going to steal a changeling baby.
Ah, yes. The stolen baby.
All right, so we're walking into the burning house now, everybody.
You just
So
that way. Like, yeah, the place is burning down, yeah, but you guys could have left it. You didn't have to take it.
so we had the choice to leave the baby or take it with. And we're gonna choose the objectively worst decision to take with us.
So you did meet your parents.
Listen, um, me out of game fully support uh Pecan and all of them. In game, Lila hates having these children around because she hasn't figured herself out yet, and she doesn't want to have to deal with kids.
Kids, right? They're so disgusting.
Ugh. She does not want to deal with kids.
Oh my god, like kids? Oh, they're so great.
Oh my god, I love kids. They're so slimy all the time.
Is that puke or mucus? We'll never know.
The fact that you have to ask that question is worrying.
That's a question you'll have to ask next, yeah, tomorrow actually.
Oh god. I mean, yeah. By the way, I'd like to mention that every time the diaper situation has come up, Lila has not been there.
Now that you've mentioned it, I'm going to go out of my way to make sure you are there.
And Lila's gonna be like, "Sucks, kid. Learn to change your own diaper."
I don't even know how old this kid is. I don't. Okay.
Lila is not changing this baby's diaper. Plus, plus Ember specifically said that she would take care of the child.
Technically, it's Pecan, so that's his issue. Look how loving he is. As
Legally, it's Ember's.
all right, she signed adoption papers, which I still think was ridiculous because she didn't actually read those papers. She was just told they're adoption papers.
Oh yeah, she fucked herself over.
Yeah, she did. Oh, I take great pleasure in that.
Because she didn't actually have to sign anything. She could have just been like, "Okay, we're leaving."
Yeah, you guys could have just left. I mean, you wouldn't have progressed the plot, and I would have had to think of something else, but you know. You always have those options just to go.
That's what Lila was trying to do. But the party never seemed interested in just leaving, and she's not going to abandon them all.
Sure. You know how you said was it Lily just wants to leave the party and do her own thing?
Well, it's
You
not
know,
that she wants to
kind of
leave the
like
party and
a
do her own thing. Lily sees no purpose in sticking with the party because she's pretty sure they're all going to die.
I feel like that same logic applies to Lila though.
Lila doesn't want to leave the party. She just wants the party to be stable enough to function without her so that if she needs to go to the bathroom for 10 minutes, she can.
Oh, so she's thinking like the party needs her and they'll die without her? I mean, honey, the party should want you, not need you.
Oh, I definitely agree, but that's not the situation.
Oh, I think I just made Sokka with a beard. Oops.
You know what? I'm here for it.
Thank you.
I
I
am
appreciate
I
it.
am down for that. Also, I'm not building him or anything, but I have a plan if she dies, what character I'm going to do next. I don't want her to die. Don't get me wrong. I'm just I'm fully prepared that if she dies, the party will need somebody with some form of like mental stability.
I have an entire backup plan for just in case a player dies, because if you die, there is a potential you can come back. It's not guaranteed. If you screwed up, then you screwed the pooch. Sorry, it sucks to suck, but potential.
Sucks to suck. Yeah. Um the thing I'm worried about is like the party has a propensity of gaining children. Um Number 1, are they going to gain more children? And
I'm
number
sure.
2, um there's a particular spell that's worrying me.
Oh, what? A spell that's worrying you tends to worry me now.
Um well, since they have a propensity for gaining children, I worry that one of them is accidentally going to turn one of them into children. And I know that's a very high level spell, but the fact that we have a warlock joining the party gives me anxiety for that reason.
That is depending if he's figured it out too.
Well,
Keep in mind, he's never joined a campaign before, so also by the way, please go easy on him. He's
yeah,
only
no, I'm
like one shot. That's it.
yeah. Don't worry. I've been have I been doing a good job of going easy on them?
I think you've been doing pretty okay, but gentle on Jess. I think her character traits come from because she's projecting a little bit of herself into there. So be cautious of that.
Okay.
It's good to encourage change things up, new characters. That's awesome, but just be cautious that some of that is part of Jess coming through those characters. So just be aware of that.
Yeah. And especially with newer players, that's definitely fair. That's that's something in Carnage mode that the party struggles a lot with. I recognize.
Mhm. Okay, now for base colors for him, not too bad. Shading definitely needs to happen, that's for sure. But I don't think it's that bad.
I'm really enjoying this.
Not sure if I'd like the hair color though. I might play around with that a little bit.
Is it too soccer for you?
Not anymore. He just turned blue.
I like it. I mean, I like both, but I'm interested about like a deep red.
Deep red, hang on. Like this? Yeah,
Yeah.
not bad. Some Irish vibes, that's for sure. What's this? Oh, actually, it's kind of a gross color, but it's got a good contrast. I made it fit sure.
Maybe make that a little more golden.
More brownish than golden, but that's a bit light. I
Yeah.
like playing with the idea of blue hair. That gives it its own personality, its own little twist.
Yeah, and half elves can and do often have blue hair.
Oh, do they? Okay, good to know.
I believe. Let me look it up just to be sure. Um,
Right, but
what
it's a different color, so that might be able to work.
um half elves have? By the way, thank you for sending me that question about the Eldritch invocations, because I really did not understand them before, and I've been working on the warlock class. I love that. Um, I've been working on the warlock subclass for my personal system, and
Mhm.
like that significantly helped me. Also, uh, so this is this is elves. However, half elves can look like humans or elves, so it works. They typically have fair skin and hair that runs in hues from silver, white to black or blue.
Oh,
While
fair skin.
human
Use that to
style
make
hair colors are rare, eye color can be remarkably similar, with colors ranging from blue to green. Majority of the half elves. Oh, okay, that's a specific group, but yeah. So blues are completely normal.
me stop. Okay, yeah. I don't really want to do much for like a pupil, mainly because no, I don't like how it looks usually. Not pupil, iris. There we go.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Um,
Not really part of my style, unless like I need to make it obvious that oh yeah, you have a very rare and fantastical eye color. Like I don't
like
care.
like I turned Lila's purple just because I was like, I usually go with a very humanoid looking character. I'm very intrigued on having more of a different looking character.
So, like if I just have that, I need to make it like thicker and obvious that there's an iris there. If I just have it without the iris, I think it has like a good personality. It has my sense of style to it. I like it.
Yeah, I do too. I think
And
it works very well.
I think a small bit of it. I'm just going to maybe just give her kind of a different hair color. Our baby's like semi colorblind for a bit.
Are they?
I read that somewhere. Plus, if it is a different hair color, then I don't have to worry about it.
I know baby dogs are blind.
Are they?
Yeah, puppies are for like 2 weeks after birth they're blind.
Oh shit. Okay.
Um, are human babies colorblind? Uh, all babies are colorblind when they are born. Color vision begins to develop within a week after birth, and by 6 months, your baby can see every color you can. Um,
Okay. So
interesting. So
looking.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but if you look at this, like she's definitely older. Like, look how big she is. She
Yeah.
is edging toddler. I think. I don't know how children work. I don't have one of my own, so I don't know. Oh man, actually, you know what? I have a year left, and then I will have escaped the teen pregnancy risk zone. That's an actual concern in Canada. Probably in other countries, but that's what we call it here.
Is it?
Mhm.
That's interesting.
Pregnancy. It is a rather high.
I uh I know in my so is it okay if I go a little like deep with this next bit? Um
Go ahead. Your
okay.
stream. Go off.
So I mean it's also our conversation.
It's fair.
Um
So go off.
so there's a town nearby to me that in the last so it's a small town, like everybody knows everybody. Like if somebody parks in that town, it's either to go to a specific restaurant, like it's somebody who's not from the town. If they park in the town, it's either for a specific restaurant or something's wrong. And everybody knows everybody. Uh, there's a singular freeway that goes through it, and it's
Okay.
not even a popular one. So I'm not going to say the name of the town because you all could easily find my location if that were the case.
Privacy.
Yeah, but the thing with it is in the last I think 5 years, 3 young men have killed themselves and left suicide notes that said something along the lines of I could not deal with the responsibility of having to take care of a family. It was too much pressure, it was too much stress, and I simply could not deal with it. And
Okay.
that's 3 in the last 5 years in a small town. Like I feel like this is a big enough issue that people need to acknowledge it.
that big. Personal bias here. I don't have a great connection with most of my family. Some of that is because of personal choices that we've both made. A lot of that is because I don't like how they've been treating their family. It's a whole thing. But because of that, I don't really have an idea of how most normal families work. I know that in some countries, whatever, it is very common for teenagers or young adults to take care of their parents, have them move in with them. Like they spent 18 years taking care of you, now it's your turn. I've never really liked that. Because you spend
So
what 18 years of your life
yeah,
growing, and then now you're the parent of your parents. That feels weird. Where's your chance to grow up and be your own person? You didn't get that. That's really shitty.
yeah. Well, that depends on the culture. As I understand, a lot of that comes from like Hispanic cultures primarily.
I think it's in. I almost called Chinese Hispanic, and yeah, we're surviving tonight. I know in
Uh,
Chinese culture that's there too, and my friend she's Filipino, and there's a heavy emphasis on make your family proud. Everything you do is for your family, and she goes to therapy for some of that actually now, which very good. Therapy is there to help you and give you the tools that you can help yourself. It's just heads up, that's a good thing.
yeah, therapy is a very good thing.
Hmm.
And I honestly think if you, even if you feel like you are perfectly fine, just go to therapy. Like you go to doctor's appointments when you feel fine.
In the end, your brain's a muscle, right? Or
Exactly.
it's an organ. It's an organ that if it gets damaged, it needs to be healed, right? If you broke your wrist playing volleyball, you're not going to be like, oh, it's fine, it's just a sprain, then go back to it. You might for a bit, but it's still going to really hurt, and you're going to have to stop eventually. Same
Or
applies to
you
health.
can just try to power through, and then when it finally catches up, it's broken.
Burnout is a bitch. Burnout is an absolute bitch. I hope you never experience burnout. It is terrible.
Well, I haven't dealt with physical burnout, but I've dealt with certainly emotional burnout.
Hmm.
I and also like just burnout in like the creative process, because one of the issues with being an art major,
Hmm.
um, every single thing that the school does to try to like the different residence halls, they try to promote, try to do things to like encourage people to relax. All of those are art. Like
I think I'd be
there,
more stressed out.
like I respect the fact that like for a lot of students that's really nice and relaxing. I need a break from art. And my break from art is more art, and I need a break. Um, and so my friends are over here like, "Oh, I'm gonna start a painting," and I'm like, "Cool, I'll sit in the same room with you. I'm not gonna paint, um, because just finished with my painting course. You know,
Hmm. That's fair.
you can't. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't just for your mental health. Uh, do the same thing that burnt you out in your free time as your break from your burnout. Like, uh, if you're an architect, I would not advise doing architecture to recuperate from burnout.
I'll play Sims 4. Sims 4 is architecture right there.
Just say it one more time.
Sims 4 was made to be an actual architecture like test run, I guess. So if you're an architecture major, don't play Sims 4 to relax. You'll get stuck on building your house.
Yeah, like, um, and at one point I took a break and I came home for like a weekend or something because I live pretty close to my campus. I'm blessed in that way.
Mhm.
But I came home and my mom was like, "Hey, while you're on your little break, will you help me paint something?" And I was like, "Sure." But inside, I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah, that's fair.
I Dungeons and Dragons is the only real like creative creative outlet I can do uh, that continues to like energize me.
I've taken up knitting. That's what I'm doing. I'm knitting a Gryffindor scarf. I'm a nerd.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Listen, listen, um you joined a Hogwarts server. I think you're a nerd. I am too, to be fair. I am honestly, I feel like over time I've become more and more Hufflepuff, and now at this point I'm still slightly more Ravenclaw, but I'm totally a Hufflepuff
Definitely.
secondary. And I'm okay with that. That's chill.
I know I started out as Hufflepuff, and then as I progressed through the years, I realized, oh no, it was Gryffindor. Shoot, it was Gryffindor. I have no complaints about. I really don't. I quite enjoy my red and yellow. Nice colors, I tell you.
Also, since Akane Miku wrote Harry Potter, do you know about that meme?
No, but I know about the whole JKR thing, and I honestly, I'm tired. It is a very tiring thing to have to read every
Of
day.
of all people, I thought J.K. Rowling would be supportive.
I think what I understood is that the reason she was saying gender still, might be misinterpreting this whole thing, but she was meaning like in a court of law. So if you got sexually assaulted, they apparently, this is what I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not. They can use your gender against you. So her whole reasoning was if you take away the gender thing, it's bad. I don't know.
Well, so
It's
number one,
so
she keeps saying that trans women aren't women. That's her big argument. And trans men are just women who are having trouble acknowledging the fact that they're women. Um, and feminism includes them, but not trans women. For her, I do not agree with that. I just want to make that clear. Um, and as a result, uh, she she keeps putting out these percentages that simply aren't true and have no backing. Like, uh, she says that her reason for being against trans individuals is because she was assaulted by somebody, which I'm not saying that like she wasn't. I'm not putting that down at all. Uh,
it's a
you
very
know,
serious accusation to make, though. So if she's lying,
but
that
but
uh,
I don't see why that translates to trans women aren't women, especially since there is no correlation, no increase in numbers of trans women assaulting other women and trans women like doing anything against them. What a
mm-mm.
lot of people claim to be scared of is men dressing up as women and going into the women's bathroom basically with the argument of, "Oh, I'm a woman." So the truth is, they're scared of cis men.
Yeah,
So I I don't see why everyone's so
disclosure. I support trans rights. You do
yeah.
you, boo. If you're
Yep.
happy in your body, then you know what you're happy in your body, and I support that. I really don't support people using that though as like how do I explain this?
It's not a defense
I don't
mechanism.
support, yeah, it's not defense. It's not a oh well.
It's
I
not
say
like that. It's not like that one meme where it's like I'm gay and you just throw everyone to the side. Like that's funny as a meme, but like in application, like no, like you being gay, you being trans, you being you does not mean that you have any right over anyone else.
mm,
Everybody's equal.
I one true fear is being assaulted. Yes, but an assault can happen from anyone. I don't know why she would immediately say, "Oh, it's only trans." That's silly.
Yeah, especially since by her own accords. Once again, not saying that she wasn't or anything like that. I want to say that I it's not okay to assault anyone for any reason. Um, and I'm not saying that she wasn't or anything of the sort. I just want to make sure that's clear. Um, however, I don't see how that interprets that a since a cis man did that, why that would interpret to a trans woman would do the same thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Prejudice, I don't know. So the worst part for me is I genuinely enjoy the series she's made, the Harry Potter series. That was a huge, genuine lifesaver for me in like junior high, high school, whatever. I don't think I would have through that time in my life I didn't have something like that to rely on. What does bother me is that it feels like I don't know if I can like her series anymore because of who she is like as the creator. So it's really
okay,
weird.
so
I don't want to support her, but I still like the series.
so number one, you can still like the series and support the series because remember, um, basically every single actor that worked on those films support trans rights and have publicly said so. Like even the actor that played Voldemort,
Oh, he did such a good job.
he did,
I
and
really
he has
don't like how
really
they
big
ended
nose.
the movie. Side rant. The big reason for Voldemort dying, like as a human, they had his body was one to prove that hey, he's dead, and two, he lived his whole thing like being I'm a god, I'm above you, but he still died a mortal death. So you know what? I thought that was poetic.
Yeah, but
And
then in the movie, uh,
dust. Come on, that was pathetic. You bitches, you cowards, just die already. Have Voldemort die at the right death, not them die. That's bad. I don't wish death on anyone. I had to emphasize that.
yeah, but like I think we can all agree Voldemort was uh sorry, it took me by surprise for a moment when you started doing the brown.
Just messing around.
Um
Keep forgetting there's people actually watching this.
uh
I
I
don't know
don't
why.
so I don't know if there is actually anyone watching this. If there are, cool. If there's not, cool. Um it's kind of
Here's
where I am in life.
you count.
Say it one more time, sorry.
You're still people. You count, fam.
Oh, thank you.
I can give this person a button nose. Hang on. All right, continue.
But like I want to support the series because it did so much for so many trans people. But on the and like everyone but J.K. Rowling is all supportive of trans rights. Like especially Emma Watson.
Mm.
Uh, but mm, but like
Yeah, I still want to like her as a person because for the longest time she was a childhood hero for me. But I don't
yeah.
like, I don't agree with her point of view at all.
So
I'm kind of stuck in the area of like, I don't agree with this at all, and it's not, it's really bad.
yeah.
But you were also such a big supporting part of my childhood, so I'm kind of stuck.
So the solution a lot of people have had is they've started saying other people wrote Harry Potter.
Yeah,
And
but
there's
that
been
takes away from the fact that she did write it. She put in a lot of time and effort that she wrote it. And I don't agree with her opinions, but she still wrote it.
yeah, and it because on one hand, like if you read all of the stuff, like there's if she had said like trans rights and LGBT rights, like there's so much subtle subtext that people could have pointed out and been like, yeah, she's supportive. But she didn't, and the only thing that she did was 20 years later say Dumbledore is gay without any support, without any evidence, and then continue to refuse to add that in when she had the chance. That's not being
Is
supportive.
based off
That's just
time. Like, I'm not. This is not an excuse, but I'm actually wondering, like,
yeah.
the time period it was made. How much of that is based off like a fear of being?
So
I don't know.
even so, let's take for example that that is the case. Um, After she tweeted that, they wrote Crimes of Grindelwald. And her big thing with saying Dumbledore is gay is to promote the book Crimes of Grindelwald that they were writing because
Mm,
he's in a relationship with Grindelwald. And so everyone was like, okay, so this is like a terrible this is terrible timing to send this out, 20 years later. But she can save this by including it in the new book. And it wasn't even suggested. There was no subtext, there was nothing to look for. There was no like there was nothing that you could be like, yeah, they're definitely in a relationship, or something that could be like, maybe. She just left it out.
That's weird. That's no, that's eesh.
Yeah, so that's why myself and many others believe that um she's doing it for the PC, like just like, hey guys, I'm totally supportive, but apparently trans people aren't okay in a world of magic where you can transform anything into anything.
Yeah, that's gross. I don't like that.
Yeah. Uh, by the way, for if you're looking for a color for the onesie, either gray for the chainmail or perhaps red. I don't know if
Well,
that's what you're
I
looking
want
for.
like different layers to this, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to decide like what kind of layers. Like if I have the onesie, hang on, let me get my out. But like we got the onesie. This is a terrible drawing. I realize that. Laugh at me later.
You are fine. Don't worry.
But yeah, onesie. Yay. There's little cute hand things. Love that. But maybe like a sash around the middle. A little cute sash. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
And if I use a sash, I could use it to hide this weird monstrosity. And by monstrosity, I mean like the space like right here.
Yeah.
That also means we figure out like how like is the sash that long? It's gonna technically be around this area. So that means it needs to come down about here.
Yeah.
Saving. And then probably has to be relatively wide and then it'll thin out and then tie off and then go down. It's like one possibility. Another is I could just split it off right here, and then there's a pair of pants, there's the shirt. I could have like pants and like a skirt above it. That could hide too. I also don't want to draw shoes or feet. I might have to suck it up with the shoes part.
Well,
What do you think?
yeah. You'll have to do something. Um cuz you got shoes or you got feet or you got the onesies.
The onesie is plain. That's basic.
It works though.
It does work. That is true. Could do boots. Like little cute boots. I think that'd be adorable.
Yeah.
I feel like the little baby combat boots.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
Do that. A whole new layer. I need to save this too before I forget. The worst part was if I didn't save this, like if I forgot to save the entire thing and then my computer crashed, I would cry.
I understand that.
Mhm.
Thankfully, we have it on stream, so if it does crash, you might be able to pull it up and trace it.
That's true. I could just do that. Also,
Oh,
this
no.
leg is still weird.
I'm perfectly fine with continuing our conversation. I just looked at the time.
Times are free. Oh, it's 1:30 for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm fine with continuing if you are, but at the same time, like if you need to go to bed, I understand.
well, I did promise Tanner I'd be up like around 7 to help him with his character, which
Oh no,
he needs
I'm
for
so
tomorrow.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I just thought of this now. You
Uh,
know what? I can take naps throughout the day. I'm not working tomorrow.
and if you have any questions at all, feel free to hit me up with them, and I will do my best to answer them whenever I wake up.
That's fair. Okay, in that case, I think I'm gonna dip for a bit. I will. Yeah, I'll text you in the morning.
I
Send you
will
gifts.
respond to you. And just real quick, thank you, chat, for coming by this not very organized stream, but honestly, that they're kind of added to the vibe. So,
I was
thank you all.
relaxed. Thanks for coming to Vibe.
Yeah, thanks for coming to Vibe. And I will see you all next time.